Chapter 24:31. Song Qingshu had a look of disdain. Last time I was more injured than you. Now that I'm fighting you, it's obvious that I'm taking advantage of you. Pang Ban chuckled. What, are you afraid? Song Qingshu shrugged. I'm just trying to expose your hypocritical face. If you want to fight, just fight. There's no need to say so many high-sounding words. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body was like an unsheathed sword, and the entire air was filled with the shadow of a sword. Pang Ban's expression changed. The other party's injuries were much lighter than he had imagined. He probably wouldn't be able to gain any advantage in this battle. However, he didn't dare to be careless. He filled his entire body with power, and the surrounding light became distorted. Jin Bingyun suddenly opened her arms and stood in front of Song Qingshu. Master, he saved me after all. I hope Master will show mercy. Pang Ban's thoughts raced. At first, he planned to attack Song Qingshu while he was seriously injured. Then, he gave Jin Bingyun a look, telling her to wait for an opportunity to sneak attack from the side. He had an 80% chance of killing the other party. However, Song Qingshu's power was much stronger than he had imagined. He was already hesitating. Jin Bingyun jumped out to stop him. She had been in contact with the other party for a long time and knew his real situation the best. Could it be that she was reminding him that it wasn't appropriate to fight with him now? And that must be it. Pang Ban was originally hesitant, and with this thought, he immediately gave up on the idea of attacking. Ha ha ha, I've always been clear about gratitude and grudges. Since you saved Bingyun, I can't take advantage of you. I'll let you go today. When you recover in the future, we'll fight again. Pang Ban withdrew his power and stood with his hands behind his back. His long black hair fell softly, and his bulging cloak stuck to his back. Then I'll be the male and you'll be the female, Song Qingshu said with a smile. Although he wasn't afraid of fighting, it was better not to fight in the current situation. Pang Ban. His face twitched before he snorted. I won't argue with you. He then turned to Jin Bingyun and said pleasantly, Bingyun, are you okay now? Jin Bingyun shook her head slightly. I'm fine. Pang Ban breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'm relieved. If you're done playing, go back and rest. With that, he turned around and left. With just a few simple steps, he had already disappeared out of sight. Just now, he had already weighed the pros and cons. Since Song Qingshu's injuries were not as severe as he had imagined, it was not wise to fight him. It was better to follow the original plan and let Bingyun get close to him and help him cultivate the Dao Heart Devil Seed. Thinking back to the scene where Jin Bingyun and Song Qingshu stood together, it seemed that the two of them were already quite close. Now that she had saved Song Qingshu in front of him, Song Qingshu would definitely have a good impression of her. I'm of Chun, to be of the song. And he'll be of oval. T of his. T he'll have of it of. Ll oval. Of. Of the of him of the Chun, the one, he the, he, but after the excitement subsided, he thought of the woman he loved being pleasured by another man, and he was the one who personally sent her over. His heart was filled with jealousy and madness. Although his rationality told him not to do these things, the more he restrained himself, the more he couldn't restrain himself. Various images of Jin Bingyun under Song Qingshu kept appearing in his mind. He didn't know why, but apart from the pain, he even felt a kind of excitement and anticipation for that scene. As soon as this thought appeared, he felt very ashamed. How could he have such a shameful thought? He knew he wasn't in the right state of mind. He had to return to the demon palace and cultivate in seclusion. Otherwise, he'd be possessed. On the other side, Jin Bingyun stared at Pang Ban in a daze. She didn't expect him to leave just like that. On the other side, Jin Bingyun stared blankly at Pang Ban's departing figure. She didn't expect him to leave just like that. Jin Bingyun felt wronged. But she was smart enough to guess why he kept her here. After experiencing so many things in one night, She couldn't control her emotions anymore. Jean Binion felt wronged, but she was smart enough to figure out why he'd asked her to stay. She couldn't control her emotions after experiencing so much in one night. Her eyes turned red and she started crying. Song Qingshu was stunned. "Why are you crying? I didn't ask anything." "It's none of your business. I just want to cry." Jean Binion squatted on the ground and hugged her knees. She felt the cold wind blowing on her body. Song Qingshu noticed her trembling. He held her hand and sent a warm stream of inner energy into her body. Jean Binion immediately felt the chill on her body dissipate a lot. She looked at him gratefully. "Thank you, but you don't have to transfer your inner force to me. It's not that my body is cold. Moreover, you are injured." Song Qingshu didn't withdraw his hand. He smiled and replied, "I can roughly guess why you're crying. Why don't you tell Pang Ban that I already know about his plan and that you're destined to fail?" Jean Binion shook her head. "What's the point of telling him? I'll have to change my target. I might as well." Halfway through, she realized something and shut her mouth. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. "Not as good as me? Looks like I'm quite charming." Jean Binion had thought it through. She said calmly, "You're right. Compared to others, with you, it's not unacceptable." "I'm flattered." Song Qingshu asked curiously, "I don't understand why you agreed to do this for Pangban. With your looks, even if you don't know any martial arts, you can make countless men fall for you with just a look. Why do you have to do such a thing? You don't understand." Jean Binion smiled sadly but didn't explain. "Because you love him?" Song Qingshu thought of overturning the rain, overturning the clouds. Although Jean Binion married Feng Xinglie, the first person of the younger generation, she had always loved Pang Ban. Jean Binion blushed and shook her head. "I don't want to talk about this now. I want to sleep. Take me to your place." She didn't know why, but she didn't want to go back to the Devil's Palace. Song Qingshu didn't misunderstand her intentions. He knew she just wanted to sleep. He noticed it was getting late. He had been gone for too long. He couldn't go to the Shuiwe clan. He didn't want his disguise to be exposed. Princess Yaluan was the only place left. "Come with me." Song Qingshu held her hand. Their figures kept jumping in and out of Helen City. Ordinary patrolling soldiers couldn't find them. When they were a few streets away from Prince Mengji's palace, Song Qingshu suddenly pointed his finger and sealed her acupuncture point. Jean Binion was stunned. "What are you doing?" She was different from when she was in the hands of Tong Tian shaman. She wasn't afraid at all. Song Qingshu said, "I don't want you to recognize the place we're going to, but I don't want to kill you. So I'll have to trouble you." He was still worried. He took out a silk scarf from her pocket and tied it around her eyes. Jean Binion blushed and couldn't help but say, "Don't you know it's improper for men and women to touch each other?" Song Qingshu didn't care. "Do you really care?" Jean Binion sighed faintly and didn't say anything. Her purpose was to offer herself to sleep with him. If she said anything, she would be a prostitute. Meanwhile, Princess Yaluan was sitting restlessly in her room. She had just sent away her subordinates who had come back to report the news when she turned around and found that Song Qingshu had already appeared in the room. She was about to step forward when she stopped in her tracks. She noticed that he was holding a graceful woman in his arms. Even though the woman's cheek was pressed against his chest and her eyes were covered by a handkerchief, she could still tell that she was an extremely beautiful woman at a glance. She didn't know why, but anger rose in her heart. Chapter 2432. Princess Yaluan didn't know why she was angry. Was she in love with him? But she didn't believe it herself. She wasn't a 16-year-old girl anymore. How could she fall in love with a man in such a short time? Moreover, as a princess, she was already married and had children. As a mature woman, she wouldn't be so irrational. She knew that she liked him at most. They were just taking what they needed. It was still too soon to talk about love. If that was the case, why was she so angry? Princess Yaluen thought about it for a long time but could not come to a conclusion. She could only console herself that she was worried about his safety, and that he was flirting with another woman outside. Moreover, if he brought another woman here, she would be at risk of being exposed. If the fact that she took in Song Qingshu was exposed, it would definitely cause an uproar in Lin City. Her family would probably suffer as well. With all these factors added together, how could she not be angry? She took a closer look and found that the clothes of the woman in his arms were almost transparent. As a woman herself, she had to admit that the woman's figure was very attractive. But when she saw the two's skin almost touching each other, she couldn't help but want to explode. What does this guy think my place is? He comes and goes as he pleases, and now he brings another woman here? Noticing that there was something wrong with Princess Yaluan's expression, Song Qingshu gestured for her to keep quiet. He gently placed Jin Bingyun on a stool beside him and pressed on her ear to seal her hearing. Only then did he say to Princess Yaluen, "I sealed her acupoint so that she wouldn't be able to recognize you." Seeing that he was thinking for her, Princess Yaluen felt a little better. She suddenly noticed that the woman in front of her looked familiar. But her eyes were covered, so it was hard to tell. "Who is she?" Song Qingshu answered, "Oh, Jin Bingyun from the Devil Palace." "It's her?" Princess Yaluen was shocked. She hurried to her side and looked at her. She couldn't connect this seductive woman with the usually cold saintess of the Devil Palace. "Why did you bring her here?" Princess Yaluen asked hurriedly. Jin Bingyun's status was special, and she was as beautiful as a fairy. Countless nobles in Lin City had fallen for her. Even as a princess, Princess Yaluen did not dare to provoke her. There was an accident. Song Qingshu roughly described what happened before. "Now I don't dare to let her go. I'm worried that she'll talk nonsense after she leaves, so I can only bring her here. I hope you don't mind." Princess Yaluen was very angry at first, but after Song Qingshu explained it to her patiently, her anger subsided by half. After knowing Jin Bingyun's identity, the other half of her anger also subsided. The other party was not a woman from a brothel, but the saintess of the Devil's Palace, who used to be as pure as ice and as clean as jade. She had always admired this saintess. Song Qingshu saw that Jin Bingyun's dress was still dripping with water. "Take her to change. It's not good to be so wet." Princess Yaluen said with a faint smile, "You're so protective of the fairer sex. You can change her yourself. You know how many men in this city are waiting for such a great opportunity." Song Qingshu rolled his eyes. "I don't mind. I'm just afraid that you'll be jealous." Princess Yaluen spat. "Why would I be jealous?" Although she said that, she still agreed. Only then did Song Qingshu unseal Jin Bingyun's acupoints for deafness and muteness. "Miss Jean, I'll find someone to change your clothes for you. You'll get sick if you keep wearing this." "No." Unexpectedly, Jin Bingyun rejected him directly. Song Qingshu was stunned. "Why?" Jin Bingyun blushed slightly, but did not say anything. Princess Yaluen laughed. "She's worried that her body will be seen by others. She wants you to change her clothes for her, but as a woman, she's too embarrassed to ask." She was reminded and deliberately changed her voice this time. Although it was difficult to completely change her voice, the two of them were not familiar with each other, so it was not a problem to hide it. Jin Bingyun listened attentively. There was a woman in the room? In fact, when she smelled the faint fragrance in the room, she had already suspected it. She did not expect that Song Qingshu had been hiding in a woman's room all this time. Who was this woman? Song Qingshu thought that only women could understand women. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. It's a woman. I'll take you to change your clothes. No one will see you." Jin Bingyun pursed her lips and finally nodded in agreement. She also wanted to take the opportunity to find out who the woman was. Because she was blindfolded and her internal energy was sealed, Princess Yaluen came over and took her hand to the inner room. Jin Bingyun concentrated and felt no inner energy, so he probably did not know martial arts. His skin was so smooth, so he must have lived like a princess for a long time. Who in Helen City would be so bold as to take in Song Qingshu? Are you a friend of Prince Song? Jean Bingyun asked tentatively when they reached the inner room. Princess Yaluan smiled and said, Miss Jean, don't waste your time trying to find out who I am. I won't tell you. Jean Bingyun tilted her head and looked at her. Unfortunately, the veil in front of her blocked her view. You know me? Princess Yaluan's heart skipped a beat, but she did not show it in her tone. Qingshu just told me who you are. Jean Bingyun nodded and suddenly asked, Are you Princess Xiaomin? Princess Yaluan found a set of clothes that would not reveal her identity and handed it to her. Don't get to the bottom of it. You'll be in danger if you know too much. Jean Bingyun was silent, but she always felt that Song Qingshu was not the kind of person who would be cruel and merciless. Suddenly, she heard Princess Yaluan's admiring voice. Your body is really good. Princess Yaluan looked at the body in front of her, which was like white jade. Her body seemed to be crystal clear like moonlight, and every inch of her skin exuded a youthful aura unique to young girls. As a woman, she was a little jealous. No wonder she was pursued by so many men in Helen City. Fortunately, her breasts are not as big as mine. It took Princess Yaluan a long time to find a balance in her heart. Song Qingshu's eyes lit up when the two of them finished changing and came out of the inner chamber. Jean Bingyun's usual white clothes made her seem too aloof. Now that she had changed into Princess Yaluan's clothes, it was obvious that she looked a little more human and beautiful. But the clothes did not seem to fit her well. Princess Yaluan was relatively petite, so the tall Jean Bingyun's ankles were exposed in the clothes. However, the clothes in front of her chest were wrinkled and seemed to be unable to hold up. Song Qingshu held back his laughter. It's getting late. I'll have to trouble you to rest here. Do you want to go to the bathroom first? I'm afraid you won't be able to get up for a long time after your acupuncture points are sealed. No need. Jean Bingyun's face was slightly red, and her tone was a little annoyed. Obviously, she did not expect that one day she would have to discuss this with a man. Song Qingshu thought about it and agreed. At this level of power, many of the impurities in her body had been directly refined. She indeed did not have as many needs as ordinary people. He flicked his finger and sealed her sleeping acupuncture point. Then he stretched and said, It's been a long day. I'm really tired. Princess Yaluan bit her teeth but did not move. She looked at Jean Bingyun, who was lying on the bed, and asked, You want her to sleep here too? What else? I don't feel at ease putting her anywhere else. If he left her in another room, he was worried that she would run away. Secondly, he was worried that someone would suddenly come and take advantage of her. After all, he could not stay up all night, so it was safer for her to stay under his watch. How can I do that? Princess Yaluan stamped her feet. Although she did not mind taking her in, it was too awkward to live under the same roof. Don't worry. I sealed her acupuncture point and she's already unconscious. She can't hear anything next to her. Song Qingshu smiled and walked over to her. He picked her up by the knees. Princess Yaluan was so nervous that she could hear her heart beating rapidly. She wanted to reject him, but she did not use enough strength to push him away. Chapter 2433. The next morning, Princess Yaluan fixed her clothes as she looked at Jean Bingyun lying on the bed. Her cheeks burned at the memory of last night's mischief. What are you going to do with her? You can't just leave her unconscious forever. Song Qingshu, who was standing behind her and helping her braid, replied, It should be fine after today. Princess Yaluan's heart skipped a beat. She grabbed his hand. Are you leaving today? Song Qingshu shook his head. No, I've sent Guo Jing and the others out today, so I don't have to worry about her leaking the secret. As for Tong Tian, it was better for her to die than for herself. Even if she had leaked the secret, she was still a grandmaster and would not die so easily. Temujin and Pang Ban were both injured, but Tong Tian was at his peak condition. Perhaps if they really fought, he would be able to reap the benefits from it. Oh, that's good. Princess Yaluan sighed in relief. Song Qingshu moved closer to her ear and said with a grin, "What? Can't bear to part with me?" "Bah," Princess Yaluan spat. "I can't wait for you to leave." Seeing the flirtatious expression on her face, Song Qingshu couldn't help but give her a peck on the cheek. "Right, what if I get pregnant?" Even though he could transform energy into qi, he might not be able to control himself when he was in love. Princess Yaluan rolled her eyes and pushed him away. "Don't worry, I've taken precautions. She won't get pregnant. Actually, you can give birth even if you get pregnant." As time passed in this world, Song Qingshu's attitude had changed. Having a few more children was not a bad thing. Bah! Princess Yaluan blushed. Even though the Mongolians were more open-minded, she was still a princess. She couldn't afford to be pregnant after her husband had been dead for so long. After flirting with her for a while, Song Qingshu unsealed Jin Bingyun's acupoint so that she could get up and eat something. After that, he sealed her acupoint for sleeping. Princess Yaluan could not help but say, "If the nobles of Helen City knew how you treated their goddess, they would probably come after you. They can't beat me." Song Qingshu spread his hands. "Please take care of her for the time being. I'll be back soon to take her away." "All right, but don't take too long. After all, if someone finds out that she's here, it won't be easy for me to clean up the mess," Princess Yaluan warned. After Song Qingshu said goodbye to her, he went to Li Chimei's place and pretended to search for the fugitive. Then he found an opportunity to slip away. "That damned ladyboy is looking at me strangely. Should I ask Tong Tian Shaman to find a chance to get rid of him?" Song Qingshu recalled the way Qi Mei looked at him and felt uncomfortable. However, the most important thing right now was to send Guojing and the others away. He had no time to think about this problem. After circling the city a few times and confirming that there was no one following him, he went to Destiny Sect to look for Dan Yuru and check on the production of the hang gliders. After rushing to several places, Song Qingshu felt exhausted. He thought that it would be great if he knew how to split himself into two. Fortunately, Dan Yuru was very efficient. She found all the materials in one night and spent most of the day making 2 hang gliders under his guidance. Because no one else knew how to use it, there was no need for everyone to have one. They made 2 just in case one was damaged. Lingzhou Literature Network. He asked Dan Yuru to meet up with Guojing and the others. They agreed on a time to meet near the Devil's Palace at night. Dan Yuru could not help but worry. There are many masters in the Devil's Palace. There are many people meditating and cultivating in the tower every day. Won't it be too risky? Don't worry. I have a solution. Destiny Sect and the Devil's Palace had never been on good terms. To avoid trouble, Song Qingshu did not explain the reason. After the two parted, Song Qingshu returned to the Mongol palace and brought Jin Bingyun out. "I've never felt so free before." Jin Bingyun breathed in the fresh air with her acupoints unsealed. The scenery of the northern kingdom that she was used to was now more vivid. "I'm a little embarrassed to have imprisoned you for so long. Let me treat you to a meal as an apology," Song Qingshu said apologetically. "I can't complain about being imprisoned because I'm not as skilled as you. At least you didn't kill me." Jin Bingyun smiled faintly. However, her stomach suddenly growled and her smile froze on her face. Song Qingshu held back his laughter. "You haven't eaten for a day. Don't be embarrassed." Jin Bingyun did not refuse this time. After walking with him for a while, she suddenly thought of something and said, "The whole city is looking for you. Where are you taking me to eat?" Song Qingshu chuckled and found some beard to stick on his face. He then put on the hat and clothes of a barbarian. It could be said that he had turned into a different person in an instant. If one was not familiar with him, it would be difficult to recognize him. No wonder no one could find you after hiding in the city for so long. Your disguise technique is truly superb. Jin Bingyun sighed. Song Qingshu thought, what kind of disguise technique is this? It can only be said that the people of this world are not imaginative enough. A beard and a hat can completely change one's appearance. The two of them arrived at a secluded merchant's tavern and sat down. As expected, Song Qingshu did not attract anyone's attention. Instead, it was Jin Bingyun's beauty that attracted quite a few people's attention. There were even some people who frivolously whistled at her. However, that was all. The whole city was under martial law, and there were soldiers patrolling everywhere. Anyone who caused trouble at this time was tired of living. After sitting down, Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. It seems that even the barbarians can't resist your beauty. Jin Bingyun was already used to this kind of situation. Unfortunately, I can't tempt you. Song Qingshu sighed. If not for Pang Ban's Dao heart being bedeviled, I would have delivered myself to you even without your temptation. I don't believe you. Jin Bingyun looked at him calmly. Song Qingshu could not help but ask, have you always been this calm and emotionless since you were young? He thought back to the first time he met her. It seemed that only last night when the Tongtian shaman fed her an aphrodisiac and found someone to take her body did she have any emotional fluctuations. At other times, she was as calm as a lake. To put it bluntly, she was as still as a pool of stagnant water. Actually, her temperament was similar to Xiaolong Nu's. However, Xiaolong Nu was just ignorant of worldly affairs. Under her cold exterior was a warm and gentle heart. Jin Bingyun, on the other hand, was cold from the outside to the inside. If not for her lively and beautiful eyes, she might have been treated as an ice sculpture. I don't really remember. I don't think I was like this when I was young. Jin Bingyun's eyes were a little dazed, as if she was recalling something from her childhood. Is it because you found out that Pang Ban's mission is to train you? Song Qingshu also sighed. Although outsiders were amazed by her beauty, only a few people knew of her miserable fate. As the saying goes, there is no sorrow greater than a dead heart. Knowing the fate, she naturally lost interest in life. Chapter 2434. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu is suddenly unable to find this site today. Dear readers, please remember this site's domain name, Book C Pavilion, and find your way home. Song Qingshu paused, then calmly poured her a cup of wine. Why do you think it's a princess and not a princess? Jin Bingyun replied, there are only so many princesses, so it's impossible to eliminate them one by one. As for the princess, I thought it was Princess Xiao Min at first, but after thinking about it, I realized that wasn't right. The Ruyang Palace is heavily guarded, so it's impossible for you to hide inside without knowing, and it's even more impossible for you to bring me in. Later, I carefully thought about it. Although the woman's voice last night was disguised, I could clearly tell that it wasn't a young girl's voice. The princesses in the city aren't very old, so it can't be them. Song Qingshu frowned. That's not right. The unmarried princesses are not very old, but many of them are already married. Are they not considered princesses? Jin Bingyun shook her head. Married princesses follow their husband's family, and the power they can use is limited. I really can't imagine who could hide a criminal like you. Song Qingshu laughed. But isn't it too sudden for you to guess that it's a princess? Jin Bingyun pursed her lips and smiled. I was just guessing randomly, and even I didn't believe it. But your reaction proves that my guess is correct. Song Qingshu didn't think that this woman, who looked as pure as a piece of white paper, would dig a hole for him to jump into. But after experiencing so much, he didn't show any emotion. Then can you guess which princess in the city it is? He asked. I can't guess. Jin Bingyun sighed. In all of Helen City, there are at least several hundred, if not 1,000. I don't know many of them, so I really don't know how to guess. The Golden Clan was flourishing, and Temujin had many sons and even more grandsons. In addition, the other branches of the clan had many descendants, and many of them had even been conferred the title of king. There were as many kings and titles as there were hairs on a cow in all of Mongolia, so how could she guess? Song Qingshu heaved a sigh of relief. Princess Yaluan had done enough for him. It would be terrible if her identity was exposed. Seeing the other party staring at him with widened eyes, Zhang Xian could not help but smile. Do you really want to know? Jin Bingyun nodded hurriedly. Song Qingshu moved closer and whispered, I'm not afraid to tell you, the one with me is Chabi Wang Fei. Princess Chabi, how is this possible? Jin Bingyun's face was filled with shock, but the other party had already started to eat and drink, ignoring her. Her first reaction was that it was definitely not Chabi. Who would tell the truth? But on second thought, the other party might have purposely eliminated Chabi's suspicions. Otherwise, why would he mention Chabi instead of others? Thinking about Chabi's power, it did seem to match the characteristics of the woman from last night. Seeing Jin Bingyun's conflicted expression, Song Qingshu's heart bloomed with joy. He would let her think about it slowly. Until the end of the meal, Jin Bingyun still did not understand what was going on. Song Qingshu brought her to the Devil's Palace and said, Help me do one last thing, then I will set you free. Jin Bingyun originally wanted to say that it did not matter whether she was free or not. She had originally wanted to stay by his side. After all, it would be easier for her to complete her mission if they were familiar with each other. But if she kept being thrown aside and hit on her acupuncture point like yesterday, it would not feel good. All right, I will help you move the guards away from the high tower. Jin Bingyun weighed the pros and cons and agreed. The other party had already roughly explained the matter to her in the restaurant. As the saintess of the Devil's Palace, she had this bit of authority. Why did you not hesitate at all? Are all of us criminals? Song Qingshu asked curiously. You are only the Khan's criminals, not the Devil's Palace's criminals. Even if Master knew, he wouldn't say anything. Jin Bingyun thought to herself, Pang Ban had asked me to save you. Song Qingshu was relieved. Thinking that the Devil's Palace and Temujin were not as united as a piece of iron, he wanted to see if there was a chance to drive a wedge between them. When Jin Bingyun returned to the Devil's Palace, her face no longer had the innocent look of a young girl. Instead, she had regained the frosty expression of a saintess. She led Song Qingshu straight to the high tower, saying that she wanted to use the tower tonight and that everyone else should leave. The masters did not hesitate and bowed to her one after another. Many of them were curious as to who the person next to the saintess was. In all these years, they had never seen the saintess walk with a man. However, the people of the sect were always secretive, so no one dared to ask. In the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, everyone in the tower had left. Now you can rest assured, right? Jin Bingyun was a little dissatisfied with his narrow-mindedness and insisted on coming along. Song Qingshu made sure that she did not send any messages to anyone else. Only then did he relax. The safety of others is at stake, so I had to be careful. I hope you can forgive me. Jin Bingyun nodded and said no more. Only then did Song Qingshu bring her to the rendezvous point outside the Devil's Palace to meet up with Guo Jing and the others. Jin Bingyun had always liked peace and quiet. She waited by a tree in the distance, clearly not interested in greeting so many people. Jin Bingyun. Dan Yuru was shocked to see the cold beauty in the distance. Song Qingshu nodded. Don't worry, she has already sent everyone away from the tower. Dan Yuru couldn't help but sigh. Master, I admire you more and more. You can even handle this famous iceberg girl. She even began to wonder if Master preferred this kind of pure and aloof girl? Was I too seductive before? Seeing that everyone was staring at him with admiration and a strange gaze, even someone as thick-skinned as Song Qingshu could not help but feel his face heat up. It's not what you think. Forget it, it's more important to bring them out first. Dan Yuru handed the glider to him. This thing is ready, so I won't go. The skills of the Holy Gate are similar. If I get close, she might recognize me. I don't mind, but I don't want to implicate the others. She finally understood why Song Qingshu told her to cover her face when she came over. Song Qingshu nodded. Thank you, master and disciple. If there's a chance in the future, I will definitely pay you a visit. Guojing and the others also expressed their gratitude. Dan Yuru returned their greetings one by one. When she looked at Song Qingshu, her eyes curved into crescent moons. Okay, I'll be waiting for you. After bringing everyone to meet up with Jin Bingyun, Zhou Batong suddenly ran over to Jin Bingyun. She looks like Xiaolong Nu Yanggua, don't you think so? Their temperaments are similar. Yanggua nodded instinctively. Yanggua instinctively nodded, but when he saw Song Qingshu at the side, he couldn't help but feel his heart ache, and he almost vomited blood. Xiaolong Nu. Jin Bingyun was stunned. She seemed to have heard this name before. When she returned to the Demon Master's palace, she had to do some research on her. She wasn't used to being watched by so many people. She subconsciously moved closer to Song Qingshu. Who was that woman? Her aura seemed a little familiar. Song Qingshu thought that the Holy Gate's 3 sects and 6 schools martial arts were almost all derived from the demonic codex. How could he not be familiar? Song Qingshu gave a half-truth. She's the one who helped you change your clothes last night. How could I not be familiar? It's her. Jin Bingyun was taken aback. She searched her mind carefully, but she couldn't connect it to a certain princess. By this time, the group had already reached the top floor of the tower. Jin Bingyun couldn't help but ask, "Why did you bring everyone here? Is there a secret passage out of the city?" "You'll know in a moment." Song Qingshu's smile suddenly froze. He walked to the window and looked at a group of people rushing towards the Devil's Palace a few streets away. The person in front had red lips and white teeth. It was the transvestite Chi Mei. Why is he here? Chapter 2435. Jin Bingyun also came over to check. When she saw Li Qimei, she was a little surprised and hurriedly explained, "I didn't leak the news." "I know." Song Qingshu thought for a moment and said, "We have to speed up. I hope he is not coming to the tower." Then he looked at Guojing and said, "Brother Guo, let me send you out of the city first." Guojing immediately shook his head and said, "Let's send Master out of the city first. I will go last. They are all here to save me. If they can't leave safely in the end, I will not be able to absolve myself." Hong Qigong and the others comforted him, asking him not to mind. Seeing the group of people start pushing and shoving, Song Qingshu decisively decided to send the others out of the city first, because he knew that Guojing's personality would not be the first to leave. The rest of the people also stopped pushing. They were all outstanding people and knew that they could be discovered at any time. At this time, they did not want to waste time. After discussing, Hong Qigong could not be the first to leave the city because he had lost his martial arts. If he encountered danger outside the city alone, he could not protect himself. So they planned to send Zhou Batong out first. Song Qingshu took the hang glider and felt the wind. Then he flew out of the city with Zhou Batong. The hang glider originally needed a run-up to take off, but Song Qingshu knew Qinggong. The initial speed obtained by his feet was enough. In addition, the wind on the tower was strong enough. Soon, the hang glider flew straight out of the city in front of everyone's eyes. He can really fly. Jin Bingyun had always been cold, but at this time, her face was a little moved. She looked at the figure in the distance with her mouth slightly open. She had been curious about why he came to this tower, and could not figure out how he could get out of the city. Until she saw this scene, she suddenly understood and was full of shock. Guojing could not help but sigh and said, "No wonder people in Lin and say that Brother Song is a banished immortal. These magical things really don't seem to be in the human world." Hong Qigong laughed and said, "If he was born 20 years earlier, I would not look up to a silly disciple like you. Surely the 5 uniques would ask him to be their disciple." Jin Bingyun glanced at him lightly and said, Your martial arts are not as good as his, right? How can I be his master? Hong Qigong choked and said angrily, was his kung fu so high 20 years ago? Besides, even if I can't do it, Wang Chongyang can. Jin Bingyun nodded. Yes, I heard that Wang Chongyang is a great grandmaster. There should be something I can teach him. If it was someone else, Hong Qigong would only think that she was deliberately humiliating him, but Jin Bingyun's eyes were as pure as water, making it clear that she didn't have any malice and was just speaking the truth. But it was precisely because of this that he felt even more uncomfortable. On the side, Dao and Xiaowu were full of admiration, thinking, Brother Song is really a man of God. When I go back this time, I must tell Sister Fu about it. I don't know if we can make this glider and take Sister Fu to the sky to play. She will definitely look at us with admiration. Only Yang Guo's expression was gloomy. He thought, I really am not as good as him. Thinking of Xiao Long Nu's disappearing figure, he suddenly felt that his overwhelming sadness palm had a lot of inspiration, but he didn't feel happy at all. Gong Sun Lui, who had been watching him from the side, couldn't help but feel sorry for him. She knew about the grudge between her sweetheart and Song Qingshu, so all she could do was pat his shoulder and comfort him. Meanwhile, Song Qingshu was flying with Zhou Batong. Along the way, Zhou Batong touched here and there. If it wasn't for his strong control, he would probably have crashed and died. Old urchin, can you not move around? It's easy to get into trouble. Song Qingshu finally regained his balance and said with a dark face, How can this thing fly? What's the principle behind it? Zhou Batong was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheek. If it wasn't for the fact that his kung fu was strong, he would have fallen off long ago. Song Qingshu wanted to say that Zhou Batong didn't understand fluid mechanics, but after thinking for a while, he decided to use a method that was easier to understand. You've seen a kite before, right? This is an enlarged version of a kite. But the kite needs someone to hold the string from below. Without the string, the kite can't fly, Zhou Batong asked, puzzled. Song Qingshu was stunned. He didn't know what to say. After thinking for a while, he replied, It's probably because the kite can't fly high enough. A hang glider relies on the updraft in the atmosphere to fly without any power. A kite usually can't fly high enough to be affected by the updraft. No wonder you went out of your way to find a tall tower, Zhou Batong suddenly asked. But why is it that after I saw you fly in the Jin Kingdom and tried it a few times, I ended up with a bloody nose and a swollen face every time? Seeing that Zhou Batong was like a questioning baby, Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. Maybe it's because you didn't make it properly. Okay, I'll give it to you after I'm done with it. You can try it yourself. Okay, Zhou Batong said excitedly. Then be careful when you use it later. Don't break my hang glider. Song Qingshu was speechless. It's yours so soon? After dropping Zhou Batong outside the city, Song Qingshu suddenly felt a headache because he realized that he had forgotten one thing. He had glided from the tall tower to the outside of the city, but the Mongolian grassland was boundless. The terrain here was flat. How could he fly back? There was a mountain a few miles away, but it would take a lot of time to fly from there to the top of the mountain. Moreover, he wasn't confident that he could accurately land on the tall tower from such a long distance. Old urchin, help me throw it into the sky, Song Qingshu thought for a while and said. Originally, he could step into the air and fly into the sky, but that would use up too much internal energy. Now that he was heavily injured, it was difficult for him to use it. Since there was free labor available, why not use it? Zhou Batong was interested in everything about hang gliders. Seeing that he had a chance to learn more about it, he naturally ran over to help. Song Qingshu pulled on the hang glider and was carried by Zhou Batong as he ran at high speed for a distance. Then, Zhou Batong used all his internal energy and threw him into the sky. Even though it was a bit shaky, he still managed to fly. Just like that, he brought Hong Qigong, Xiaowu, Gongsun Lui, Yang Guo, and the others out of the city. There was a small interlude in the middle of the journey. Gongsun Lui wouldn't let him touch her during the flight. I was just worried that you would fall. Song Qingshu's face was also gloomy. Anyone would feel uncomfortable being looked at as if they were a thief. Gongsun Lui bit her lips. You're not a good person. Miss Long and Brother Yang were so in love and you broke them up. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. So she was feeling indignant for Yang Guo. What, are you afraid that if I touch your body, you'll fall in love with me? Then you'll leave Yang Guo. Gongsun Lui's face turned red. She was clearly a bit embarrassed. I don't think it makes sense for you to hate me. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. It's because I stole Xiaolong knew that you and Yang Guo have a chance. I'd rather not have this chance. I just want Brother Yang to be happy. Loving someone doesn't mean you have to have them. Him being happy is better than anything else. Gongsun Lui said with a straight face. Song Qingshu snorted. Where did you get such a messy view of love from? That's just an excuse used by losers to comfort themselves. If you love someone, you have to work hard to have them. Isn't it better to be happy together? Not everyone is like you. Gongsun Lui snorted. This is human nature, Song Qingshu laughed. Miss, listen to me. Yang Guo is at his weakest right now. It's a good chance for you to walk into his heart. If you don't take advantage of this chance, you'll end up feeling sorry for yourself. Who will pity you then? Gongsun Lui blinked. She originally wanted to refute him, but she seemed to be a bit tempted. When Song Qingshu finally sent Guojing off and returned, he found that Li Qimei had already climbed to the top of the tower and was chatting with Jin Bingyun. He was startled and stealthily landed on the top of the tower with his glider. What's that sound? Li Qimei suddenly looked up. Chapter 2436. Song Qingshu was shocked. Controlling the glider in the air was not as convenient as using Qinggong. Landing at such a high speed, no matter how careful he was, would inevitably make some noise. Moreover, he was injured, so it was difficult for him to be completely silent. Li Qimei's kung fu was also very good, so she immediately noticed the abnormality. He was thinking about how to deal with it later. Just Li Qimei alone was a bit tricky. If he attracted the other masters with him, as well as the people from the Devil's Palace, he would be in danger today. At this moment, he heard Jin Bingyun say lightly, "It should be the sound of the wind blowing the tiles. The top of the tower has not been repaired for many years, and the tiles are a bit broken." Qi Mei did not doubt her words and nodded. "I will send someone to renovate it another day. This is the landmark of the Devil's Palace. How can there be any mistakes?" "Thank you, sir." Jin Bingyun nodded slightly. "Why are you here today, sir?" Song Qingshu also pricked up his ears to listen. Did this ladyboy have a dog's nose? Why did he follow him wherever he went? Li Qimei's feminine voice rang out. "I originally came to visit the Devil's Master today, but he was still in seclusion. I was about to leave when I heard from the palace that you transferred all the people from the tower. I was worried that something might have happened to you, so I came to see." Jin Bingyun asked curiously, "What could have happened to me?" Li Qimei looked around and did not see anything out of the ordinary. She then said, "In all these years, this is the first time I have seen you clear the place. You have always been a quiet person, so you usually do not disturb others like this. That's why I wanted to see what happened today that made you use the power that you have never used before." Song Qingshu frowned slightly. Qi Mei's kung fu was high, her thoughts were meticulous, and she was also Temujin's confidant. She was really a disaster. Jin Bingyun said, "It's nothing. It's just that I am not in a good mood and want to be alone." Song Qingshu was worried about how she would deal with it, but she lied without batting an eye. Was this the talent of women? Li Qimei could not help but comfort her. "Bingyun, should I go talk to the Devil's Master and ask him to change people?" He thought that she was worried about the magic medium, and could not help but sigh at her tragic fate. Jin Bingyun sighed faintly. This is the mission I've known for as long as I can remember. Who else could it be? Besides, I don't want to bear this fate, and I don't want others to bear it because of me. Li Qimei was silent. In fact, he also knew that Jin Bingyun was the best candidate to cultivate the Dao Heart Demonic Seed Great Technique in terms of appearance, aptitude, and cultivation. How could Pang Ban find someone else because of his words? Mister, you don't have to worry about me. I'm used to it after so many years. Jin Bingyun smiled faintly, her tone exceptionally calm. Bingyun is indeed open-minded. However, as long as the evil master doesn't choose a cauldron, you will be safe. Li Qimei comforted her. Jin Bingyun didn't say anything. Pang Ban had already chosen Song Qingshu, and this was something that only the two of them knew. Of course, the target himself probably knew as well. Thinking about how he was right above her, she couldn't help but blush. Seeing that she had no intention of chatting, Li Qimei chatted with her for a while and then left. When he walked to the stairs, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, Bingyun, did you find anything about the Water Moon sect that I asked you to follow before? On the roof, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Li Qimei really had doubts about his identity. However, he didn't expect that he would ask Jin Bingyun to investigate. He didn't know how much she knew. Jin Bingyun was stunned. She had been imprisoned by Song Qingshu for the past 2 days. She had almost forgotten about this mission. She seemed to have gone to the Shuiyu Great Sect's house and then saw Song Qingshu and another person coming out. Noticing her expression, Li Qimei was delighted. Did you find anything? Jin Bingyun shook her head lightly. No, he doesn't seem suspicious at the moment. Not suspicious. Li Qimei was a little puzzled. He really didn't expect this result. Jin Bingyun continued, but the 3-day agreement is not over yet. I'll take a look. Maybe I can find something. That's true. Li Qimei immediately felt relieved. Then you have to be careful. The martial arts of the Water Moon sect are not weak. If they are really desperate, I'm afraid they won't be easy to deal with. Jin Bingyun nodded. She thought that she had been with Song Qingshu all the time. Who could hurt her? After Li Qimei left, Song Qingshu jumped down from the roof. I thought you would expose my existence. I didn't expect you to hide it from me. Jin Bingyun replied, Your martial arts are so high. Mr. Li and I are no match for you. It's not wise to expose your location. I'm injured now. Why are you afraid of me if you join forces? Song Qingshu pretended to be distressed. I thought you didn't want me to be in danger, so you deliberately hid it from me. Bah! Jin Bingyun's face turned hot. It's just because you are the master's chosen furnace. It's not in the interest of the Devil's Palace to let you be captured by the Khan's people. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. Look at your innocent appearance. I didn't expect you to lie without blinking. When did I lie? Jin Bingyun naturally didn't want to admit that she was protecting him. Song Qingshu changed the topic and said tentatively, You lied to Li Qimei just now. Not only did you hide my existence, but you were with me these 2 days. You didn't have the chance to investigate the Water Moon sect, right? Jin Bingyun said lightly, Although everyone respectfully calls me the Saintess, I know very well that I'm from the Devil's Palace. It's more appropriate to call me the witch. Isn't it reasonable for the witch to lie? What you said makes sense. I'm speechless. Song Qingshu thought of the Shaolin football players with wrenches. It was reasonable for a car mechanic to have wrenches. By the way, what's your relationship with the Water Moon sect? Jin Bingyun looked at him closely. What relationship can I have with them? Song Qingshu said, pretending to be calm. Jin Bingyun nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Seeing that Li Qimei and the others had left, Jin Bingyun took Song Qingshu out of the Devil's Palace. Song Qingshu said, It's been hard on you these 2 days. Go back and have a good rest. You really want to let me go? Jin Bingyun was a little surprised. A man never goes back on his word, Song Qingshu said with a smile. Aren't you afraid that I'll report it to master when I go back? Jin Bingyun asked doubtfully. Then do what you want. But don't forget that you still have the leopard embryo tendon-changing pill. Song Qingshu reminded her. Jin Bingyun was a little puzzled. Just a leopard embryo tendon-changing pill may not be able to restrain me. Are you really not worried? Song Qingshu looked at her with a faint smile. Why? Are you saying so much because you can't bear to leave me? Jin Bingyun rolled her eyes at him and turned to leave, leaving him with a beautiful back view. You really let her go like this? With a cold snort, a mysterious man with a mask came out of the darkness. She's so beautiful. Wherever she goes, she attracts too much attention. It's a little troublesome to bring her around. Song Qingshu was not surprised to see Tong Tian Wizard. Why are you here so coincidentally? Tong Tian Wizard snorted. I got the news that Jin Bingyun returned to the Devil's Palace. I'm worried that she'll talk nonsense. Don't worry. She's poisoned by me. She won't talk nonsense. Song Qingshu wanted to pat his shoulder to comfort him. However, Tong Tian Wizard automatically slid 3 feet away to avoid it. Only the dead will not talk nonsense. Since you have tender feelings for the fairer sex and are unwilling to kill her, then accompany me to kill Pangban now. Tong Tian Wizard paused and added, This is also the condition you promised me last time. Chapter 2437. Song Qingshu was stunned. Killing a devil in the Palace of Devils? Are you kidding me? The Tongtian shaman stood with his hands behind his back and looked in the direction of the Palace of Devils with an indifferent expression. With 2 grandmasters working together, the Palace of Devils is nothing. Moreover, nearly half of the masters from the Palace of Devils have been killed. Except for Pangban, the rest are nothing. Song Qingshu said in a low voice, but I see no signs of injury. Don't forget that Pangban is also injured. The Tongtian shaman sneered. But you don't seem to be injured. Don't forget that Pangban is also injured. Pangban's injury is much lighter than mine. Song Qingshu was also having a headache. He had to show that he was injured but not show too much weakness, lest the Tongtian shaman kill him directly. Besides, even if I am not injured, it is easy to defeat one of the 2 grandmasters, but it is very difficult to kill one. Moreover, this is his home field. The Tongtian shaman snorted. You have been evading so much. I think you just don't want to do it. Are you going to break your promise? Song Qingshu shook his head. Dealing with Temujin and Pangban is our mutual benefit. But now that the enemy is out in the open and we are in the dark, we must find the right opportunity to strike. We cannot take risk. The Tongtian shaman stared at him, his eyes extremely cold behind the mask. Then what is the right opportunity? I don't know yet. We can only wait. Song Qingshu said in a low voice. The Tongtian shaman was silent for a long time. Finally, he said, Very well, I will accompany you for a few more days. I hope you are not lying to me. With that, he disappeared into the shadows. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the Tongtian shaman was more impatient than usual today. After he left, the Tongtian shaman flashed out of the shadows again. Looking at his gradually disappearing figure, his eyes were full of coldness. Since you are not willing to enter the game, I will give you a push so that you have no choice but to enter the game. As he left, Song Qingshu felt a cold wind blowing on his back. He could not help but sneeze. The wind in the Mabe Kingdom was really cold. Originally, he was thinking of going to talk to Zhao Min and tell her what had happened in the past few days, but the Ruyang mansion was heavily guarded inside and out. Even a needle could not enter. He hadn't recovered from his injuries yet, so it was impossible for him to find Zhao Min without alerting the guards. He had no choice but to return to the Mint Palace. Princess Yaluan was playing with her child in the room, her face full of tenderness and love. Song Qingshu leaned over and pinched the baby's cheek. This chubby boy is actually quite cute. Princess Yaluan panicked. She turned her back to him with the child in her arms. You're strong. Don't hurt him. Song Qingshu's face was gloomy. Am I such a black-hearted person? I have no enmity with his father, and we are even brothers. Why would I harm him? Hearing that word, Princess Yaluan's face turned red. Pooh! Nothing good comes out of a filthy mouth. Song Qingshu laughed and picked her up again. Princess Yaluan was so scared that she asked, What are you doing? What do you think? Song Qingshu kissed her earlobe. It's all Temujin's fault that I can't reunite with Min Min. Princess Yaluan panicked. Wait, I'll ask the servants to take Yulong Dashu away. He's so young. Even if he sees it, he won't understand. Song Qingshu directly refused her request. Princess Yalu looked at her son in her arms, her eyes flashing. His eyes were exactly the same as Mink's. At that moment, she felt as if there was a thorn in her back, as if she was being watched by her husband. She felt a strong sense of betrayal. Before she could finish what she wanted to say, her mouth was already gagged. The next morning, Princess Yaluan gritted her teeth in anger as she watched the man beside her tidy up his clothes. Where did you get your anger from last night to vent it on me? Song Qingshu laughed. That was clearly love. How can you say that I was venting my anger? Bah, you know better. Princess Yaluan's cheeks blushed as she recalled the servants who came to ask if she should take the little prince away last night. She didn't know if she had revealed anything. Your injuries are almost healed. Don't come to me every day, Princess Yaluan said, biting her lip. She had heard of a saying among the Han people, if you often walk by the river, your shoes will be wet. The servants in the residence were no fools. They would eventually discover something after a long time. She thought of how dignified and virtuous she used to be, but these days, whenever he touched her, her whole body would go limp like a slut. Moreover, during this period of time, she would feel weak and listless during the day. This kind of change was very difficult for her to accept. After all, she used to be the crown princess and had accompanied her husband on the western expedition. She was not a woman who had never seen the world. She was also known for being calm and rational. She had been hesitant before, but what happened last night made her completely determined. Song Qingshu was a little surprised. After a moment of silence, he smiled. I was being rude. I am indebted to your kindness for taking care of me for a few days. I will remember your kindness and gentleness. I will not disturb you in the future. I don't want to disturb your normal life. Seeing him leave, Princess Yaluan felt empty. She thought to herself, I only meant that you don't have to come every day. If you come once in a while, it's not impossible. But as a woman, she couldn't bring herself to say such words. On the other side, Jean Bingyun stood on the wall of the Shueihua clan's residence. Looking at the empty courtyard, she was a little surprised. The Shueihua clan hasn't returned all night? No wonder Li Qimei asked her to follow him. The Shueihua clan was indeed strange. After thinking about it, she decided to report this to Li Qimei. He had asked her to investigate the Shueihua clan, but after a few days there was no news at all. She was quite embarrassed. When she arrived at Li Qimei's office, the guard said that Li Qimei had gone out. Jean Bingyun frowned. When will he be back? His Excellency should be back soon. The guard replied while secretly looking at the beautiful face of the woman in front of him. He suddenly felt a sense of inferiority. Then I'll wait for him inside, Jean Bingyun said as she walked straight in. The guard opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. This was against the rules, but Li Qimei had always regarded Jean Bingyun as a junior niece. The two of them were very close, and everyone here knew that. What's more, there was basically no man in the world who could bear to refuse such a beautiful woman. Jean Bingyun sat down in Li Qimei's seat. Li Qimei had always been clean, and his seat had always been spotless. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sat on a stinky man's chair. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed as she noticed that there was a flying knife stuck in the table. There was a piece of paper attached to the flying knife. It was obvious that someone had used this method to send them in before he arrived. Who could have sent a letter here? Jean Bingyun secretly frowned. Li Chimei's place was not a dangerous place, but it was heavily guarded inside and out. It was difficult for outsiders to get close. Originally, she was not interested in this letter. She just wanted to mention it to Li Chimei when she saw him later. However, there was no envelope in this letter. She could vaguely see the words Shueiyue on half of the paper. Huh! Her heart skipped a beat. She couldn't help but take the paper off the flying knife and spread it out. After seeing the words on it, her beautiful face suddenly paled. It was written, "The Shueiyue clan is Song Qingshu." Chapter 2438. So it's him. Jean Bingyun had been a little suspicious before, but now that she thought back on all the unreasonable things that happened before, she suddenly had a feeling of realization. Who on earth sent in this intelligence report? Jean Bingyun fell into deep thought. Even she did not know about this, so who else in Helen City would know? Could it be that person? Haha, Bingyun, you're here so early. I heard you have something to tell me. A feminine laugh sounded, and Li Chimei slowly walked in from outside. Jean Bingyun subconsciously tucked the dart and letter into her sleeves. She did not know what she was thinking, but it was completely out of instinct. When she heard the other party's question, she smiled and said, "I do have something important to tell you, but it's of great importance." Li Chimei frowned and immediately dismissed the guards at the door. He closed his eyes and sensed the situation around him. After a while, he opened his eyes again. "You can tell me now. There's no one else in a radius of several dozen feet." Jean Bingyun hesitated for a moment, then said, "There might be a problem with the Tongtian shaman." She then told him what she knew before, but of course, she did not mention the fact that she was drugged. Li Chimei's expression changed several times, and he hurriedly said, "Come with me to the palace to see the Khan." Jean Bingyun frowned slightly. She did not like the uncomfortable feeling of oppression in the palace, but today's matter was indeed very important, and she could not refuse. In the palace, Temujin's eyes narrowed after listening to Jean Bingyun's report. "It really is him." Jean Bingyun was surprised. "The Khan already knew?" Li Chimei explained on his behalf. "In fact, we have always suspected this. When Red Sun Fa Wang died mysteriously, after eliminating the suspicion of the Shueiyue clan, there were only a few people in Helen City who could kill him without anyone knowing. There's also Wu Chen's death in the Gaochang labyrinth. Although we've previously pushed the suspicion on Song Qingshu, the characteristics of that person's martial arts don't match Song Qingshu's. And according to our intelligence, although Song Qingshu's martial arts are high, he's a bit soft-hearted. He's not a bloodthirsty person, and he has no motive to kill Wu Chen. Heezer's death was even stranger. At that time, Song Qingshu held him hostage. It was good to use him as a hostage, so there was no reason to kill him. Later, after our investigation, we speculated that the cause of his death was due to a kind of witchcraft curse. This is a method that only the shamans have." Temujin snorted. "The Tongtian shaman has always considered himself the spiritual leader of the Mongolians. I only asked him to call himself an emissary of Tengri. I didn't expect him to take it seriously. At first, I thought he just wanted to be on equal footing with me, but now it seems he wants to replace me." Li Chimei said, "It's quite obvious that Tongtian Wu doesn't want to submit. However, he has a high status and is highly skilled in martial arts. If we rashly deal with him..." Temujin cut him off. "The Han people have a saying, a dead man is like a lamp going out. No matter how high his position or how much influence he has nothing when he is dead. Pass down my order, summon the Grand Magus to the palace for a meeting." Li Chimei swallowed with difficulty. "Great Khan, please reconsider. Tongtian shaman is a great guru after all, and you are injured. I'm afraid. Don't worry, my injury has healed. Temujin had absorbed Naya's energy and his injury was almost healed. But when he thought of what he and the Empress had done, he still couldn't suppress his anger. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he said, "But we really can't be careless. Chime, go find Basiba and gather more masters. Bingyun, go find the Devil Master. Remember, only a few of you can know about this. Don't let anyone know." Yes. Chime and Bingyun knew that the Khan had made up his mind to deal with the Tongtian shaman. If word got out, with the power of the Tongtian shaman, it was hard to tell who would be the winner. A few hours later, the Tongtian shaman came to the palace. He thought that the letter he sent must have worked. The purpose of the invitation was probably to discuss how to kill Song Qingshu. This time, I must seize the opportunity and let both sides suffer. Then, I will take care of everything. Reaching Heaven Shaman was calculating in his heart. The only thing he was unclear about was how much of Song Qingshu's injury had recovered. Logically speaking, he should have been seriously injured, but the last few times they met, he seemed to have recovered by 70 to 80%. It would be best if he was fully recovered so that he could drag Temujin and Pang Ban down with him. The Tongtian shaman was thinking about some details. When the time came, he must advise the Khan not to bring too many people. The fewer people who knew, the better. This way, he wouldn't have to kill too many people. He wasn't worried that the Khan would disagree. After all, with the cultivation of a grandmaster, bringing too many people would be pointless. On the contrary, it would be easy to alert the enemy. In the main hall, a servant served salty milk tea. Unlike the customs of the Central Plains, the Mongols liked to boil tea leaves, milk, and salt together. Naturally, the royal palace used the best ingredient. The Tongtian shaman took a sip, frowned, and put down the cup. "I wonder why the Khan asked me to come here." He noticed that Pang Ban was here as well. Sure enough, they were here to deal with Song Qingshu. Otherwise, Pang Ban, who rarely went out, wouldn't be here. "I asked you to come here to discuss the recent deaths of important people in the city," Temujin said in a low voice. "Song Qingshu is hiding in the city. He has ulterior motives. It won't be difficult for him to kill those people." Pang Ban's magnetic voice sounded. "But as far as I know, Song Qingshu had an alibi when they died." The Tongtian shaman's eyes narrowed. Who else could it be other than him? "There's no point in discussing this. Let's go capture him and ask him." Temujin suddenly stood up and walked down from the throne. "I've received information that we've found Song Qingshu's hiding place. I called you here today to make sure that he doesn't escape again." Seeing that they were indeed going to capture Song Qingshu, the Tongtian shaman's lips curled up slightly. "Your subject will do his best. Let's go." Temujin waved to the crowd and walked out of the hall together. The Tongtian shaman glanced around. Apart from Temujin and Pang Ban, there were only Li Qimei and Basiba. That's for the best. It'll be easier to deal with them later." While he was deep in thought, Temujin's body suddenly trembled. A monstrous sea of blood swept toward him. Dozens of bone cages instantly rose from the soles of his feet and locked him in place. Chapter 2439. If this punch that could destroy the heavens and exterminate the earth were to strike, those who were slightly weaker would probably be crushed into minced meat on the spot. Pang Ban waited for the right moment to strike. The timing and angle of this punch were perfect, making it impossible for the target to dodge, even if the opponent was a grandmaster. Pang Ban saw that the punch had hit the Tongtian shaman, but there was no joy on his face, because the Tongtian shaman's body had turned into a mass of black crows and was blown away by the punch. The black crows regrouped a few feet away and once again formed the figure of the Tongtian shaman. Although his face was hidden behind the mask, the seriousness in his eyes indicated that the blow just now was not easy to deal with. Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, the sea of blood seemed to have been prepared and wrapped around him like a shadow. When the black crows around him came into contact with the sea of blood, they immediately turned into wisps of black smoke and dissipated. At the same time, the sea of blood with the skulls also melted. Temujin's body spun rapidly and shot toward the center of the sea of blood like a spiraling arrow. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged several blows. This was not a duel in the ring. From the very beginning, the intention was to kill, to determine who was better and who was better. Both sides did not hold anything back and aimed to severely injure the other in the shortest time possible. After several blows, Temujin quickly retreated. His face was pale, and it was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. The Tongtian shaman was even worse off. Temujin could recover, but he could only hold his breath and continue to deal with Pangban. Pangban did not give him any time to catch his breath. One punch, one palm, one finger, all of them carried an imposing aura. At this moment, he did not seem to be some evil master, but rather the will of heaven and earth. Reaching heaven, shaman could no longer bear it and spat out a large mouthful of blood. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured. He ran out of the palace in a panic, and no longer had the calmness that he usually had when he could instantly turn into a black crow and disappear without a trace. Pangban stayed where he was, his chest rising and falling rapidly. It was obvious that the 3 blows just now had taken a lot out of him. His protective chi has been broken, go after him. It was easier said than done to kill a great grandmaster. This time they had set up a perfect trap. 2 great grandmasters had joined hands and launched a sneak attack in an instant. Only then did they gain the upper hand. However, the other party's counterattack was also very fierce. If they were not careful and injured their foundation, it would affect their future cultivation. Everyone had their own selfish motives, so whether it was Temujin or Pangban, both of them began to regulate their breathing and suppress their injuries after the attack, lest the Tongtian shaman drag them down with him. Every grandmaster had a trump card, and who knew what other trump cards he had yet to reveal. Anyway, the tea that the other party drank was poisoned, and with top experts like Li Qimei and Ba Siba chasing after him, he could not escape. In the battle just now, Qi Mei and Ba Siba had not made any moves. It was not their turn to make a move in a duel between great grandmasters. However, they had been ready and waiting. Once they received the order, they immediately led their people to chase after them. Temujin and Pangban rested for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea before catching up. Their current speed was much faster than that of the heavily injured Tongtian shaman, so even after such a long delay, they were still able to catch up with the people in front. The Great Khan, the Tongtian shaman, has run back to the main altar of shamanism. Li Qimei and the Tongtian shaman came to report. The shamans obviously did not know what had happened, and they were all shocked to see their revered leader running back in a panic. They could not understand who in the world could hurt him, but as subordinates, they subconsciously pulled out their weapons to stop the pursuers. However, when they saw Li Qimei and Ba Siba, they were confused again. These 2 people were highly respected in Mongolia, and everyone knew that they were the confidants of the Great Khan. The Great Khan has ordered that the Tongtian shaman has colluded with the enemy and committed treason. Those who do not know will not be punished, but those who resist will be killed on the spot. Li Qimei looked at these people with a murderous look. At first, the experts of shamanism were still a little hesitant, but when they saw Temujin and Pangban, they knew what had happened. They all put down their weapons and knelt on the ground. Where did the Tongtian shaman go? Temujin asked in a low voice. He ran in the direction of the leader's secret chamber, a member answered. As the name suggested, this secret chamber was normally a forbidden area of shamanism. Only the leader had the right to enter, and anyone else who entered would die without a doubt. Temujin waved his hand and led the group in the direction of the secret chamber. This is his territory, everyone be careful. The group nodded. Li Qimei said, I will go scout ahead. The Tongtian shaman had already been seriously injured by the Khan and the evil master. Even if his kung fu was higher than his, it would not be by much. He had mastered the art of gathering in, so his speed was not inferior to the Tongtian shaman at his peak. Even if there was any danger, he would be able to protect himself. As long as the evil master Temujin arrived, everything would be settled. Temujin nodded. Li Chimei's kung fu was high and his mind was meticulous, so he could be at ease in his hands. Next, Li Chimei led a group of warriors in the front, followed by the evil master Temujin. Ba Siba led the soldiers to surround the entire shaman sect and eliminate the Tongtian shaman's henchmen. The Tongtian shaman had 7 brothers, and his father was one of the founding ministers of the Mongolian Empire. He was one of the first Xianhu, so his power was not to be underestimated. Today they had only caught him off guard. If the two forces were to fight head-on, it would definitely cause turmoil in the upper echelons. Ba Siba and Yang Lianjun led the experts of the palace to kill the Tongtian shaman's henchmen while sending people to capture the 7 brothers of the Tongtian shaman. As they were making arrangements, they suddenly heard a loud bang. The entire shaman sect shook and many houses collapsed. Ba Siba's expression changed dramatically. He had fought with the Mongolian army in the west for many years, so how could he not know that this was the sound of explosives? And the direction of the sound was where the leader's secret chamber was located. The Khan. He hurried over with his men and found that the entrance to the secret chamber had collapsed, and the entire chamber was in ruins. Everyone suddenly had a bad feeling. Ba Siba's face was gloomy. "All of you, go up and dig up these stones." The group of warriors seemed to wake up from a dream. Even the shaman sect members came forward to help. If the Khan died here, it would be a disaster that would result in the execution of 9 generations. How could they escape? Not long after they started digging, a pile of stones suddenly exploded, and a bloody figure shot up into the sky. Who else could it be but Temujin? But at this moment, he no longer had his usual majesty. Most of his hair and beard were burned, his body was covered in dust, and his face was full of ash. He stood where he was for a moment, then spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, being detonated in a confined space was too much for even a grandmaster. Immediately after, another pile of stones exploded, and the evil master Pang Ban also rushed out. He was usually handsome, but now he was in a sorry state. There were many burn marks on his face and body, and his long black hair had been burned into natural curls. As soon as he came out, he sat cross-legged in meditation. It was obvious that his injuries were not light. "Khan, where is Li Chimei?" After a while, there was no more movement in the ruins, so Ba Siba asked tentatively. "I'm afraid Chimei is in danger." Temujin thought about how even though he clearly had the upper hand in the battle, he was almost dragged down by the Tongtian shaman to the point of mutual destruction. He couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. "Dig up all these for me." The Tongtian shaman was just inside. "If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse." Chapter 2440. More and more soldiers were summoned and began to dig out the rubble from the pile of rubble. Although Temujin's injuries were not light, he had no intention of leaving. His eyes were fixed on the pile of rubble. Soon, bodies were dug out one by one. They were the elite warriors who had followed him into the secret chamber. They did not have the cultivation of a grandmaster, so they naturally could not survive the explosion in such a confined space. Temujin remained unmoved. He needed to confirm the death of the Tongtian shaman. "Keep digging." After a while, Li Chimei was also dug out. His jade-like skin was charred black, and his body was badly mutilated. His face was only vaguely recognizable. When an explosion occurred in such a confined space, no matter how good his qigong was, he had nowhere to hide. Moreover, he was at the forefront, so the impact of the explosion was the greatest. Even with his level of cultivation, he died on the spot. Temujin's eyelids twitched. "Continue," he said in a low voice. Seeing Li Chimei's tragic death, Bathsheba suddenly felt a sense of sympathy. He and Li Chimei had always been good friends. Their martial arts were about the same, and he admired Li Chimei's knowledge and wisdom. But such a person had died just like that. He knew that if he had not been searching for the remnants of the Tongtian shaman outside, he would have been among the corpses. Li Chimei had always been the Khan's most trusted confidant, but after his death, the Khan looked at him the same as he looked at the corpses of other warriors. He knew that the Khan cared about the life and death of the Tongtian shaman the most. As long as the Tongtian shaman was dead, no matter how many other sacrifices there were, he would not hesitate. The surrounding soldiers and shamans all used their hands and feet to search. After a while, the crowd of soldiers cheered as they finally found the body of the Tongtian shaman. Temujin's expression changed. He hurried over, pushed aside the surrounding soldiers, and stared at the broken body. His clothing and hairstyle were barely recognizable. The only reason he could confirm his identity was because of the golden mask on his face. Temujin frowned, still a little worried. He reached out and took off the mask on his face. The man's face had been burned by the high temperature, but his features could still be seen through the lines between his eyebrows. Pang Diandian, who had heard the news, nodded. It is indeed him. Ha ha, finally dead. Temujin breathed a sigh of relief. Although the Tongtian shaman always wore a mask and few people had ever seen his face, Temujin and Pangban did not include them, so they naturally recognized him. Temujin felt as if all the pent-up frustrations in his heart had been swept away. He didn't even care about the injuries he had sustained. With a loud laugh, he ordered, "Give these warriors a proper burial. In addition, they will be promoted one rank and their positions will be inherited by their children and relative. As for Li Chimei, he has no children. Enshrine him in the hall of meritorious officials and let him enjoy the incense of our great Mongolian Empire for generations to come." Bathsheba felt a little better. Although this great Khan was not a generous and benevolent ruler, he was willing to give his subordinates high positions and generous salaries. This was also the reason why so many surrendered generals were willing to work for him. Imperial Preceptor, I'll leave Skirich Shaman's henchmen to you. Temujin finally remembered that he needed to return to the palace to recover from his injuries. However, Skirich Shaman had always been a thorn in his side. Now that he had finally gotten rid of him, he felt as if he could walk much more easily. A few miles away, in a secluded residence, a black figure coughed up a mouthful of blood. "If I don't get my revenge, I'm not a man," he said with hatred. A mysterious old man wearing a cloak supported him and channeled inner energy into his body. "Supreme Lord, your injuries are not light. I'm afraid you won't be able to recover in a short period of time. Don't worry, I'm not a reckless person. I won't make a move before I recover," the black figure said with hatred. "I just don't know what went wrong this time. I was the one who told them to deal with Song Qingshu, so why did they suddenly attack me? If Song Qingshu was here, he would have recognized the two immediately." The mysterious old man in the cloak was Huashan, the elder of the mountain, and the black figure was venerated Ming, who had disappeared for a long time. "Man proposes but God disposes." The old man sighed. "It's a pity that we spent so much effort to replace the Tongtian wizard. I didn't expect that we would fail at the last step. I'm afraid we'll have to redo all our previous plans." Venerated Ming laughed. "At least I've recovered to the peak of my strength after absorbing all of the Skirich shaman's energy. Don't worry, when my injuries recover, it'll be easy for me to do anything with my Grandmaster cultivation." When he first approached the Skirich shaman had already planned to deal with Temujin. How could he not be happy to have such a powerful helper? Thus, he took him under his command. Venerated Ming was highly skilled in martial arts and meticulous. Every time he completed a mission, he would do so beautifully and gradually gained the Skirich shaman's trust. Later, he found an opportunity to sneak up on the Skirich shaman. Both he and the Elder of the Mountain were experts in assassination and could be said to be the kings of assassins for 2 generations. Even the Skirich shaman, with his grandmaster cultivation, failed miserably and had his energy sucked dry by venerated Ming's absorbing star's great technique. Then, venerated Ming put on the Skirich shaman's mask and began to impersonate him. As for the crippled Skirich shaman, he was not in a hurry to kill him. Instead, he locked him in a secret room and interrogated him about all his secrets, gradually extracting all of his knowledge. Venerated Ming did not expect to be able to escape this time. He felt that he really had to thank the Elder of the Mountain for helping him even in death. Continue to hide beside Su Liaowu. If there are any changes, I'll let you know, Venerated Ming ordered. The Elder of the Mountain nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Are we really going to leave the Ming dynasty alone?" Venerated Ming's face was indifferent. Now that the Mongolians are getting stronger and stronger, the Ming dynasty of the Central Plains can only defend themselves and not fight back. Its potential is destined to be limited. Are we going to stay there and perish with them? It's easier to hide within the Mongolians and replace them from within. After the last trip to the Western Xia, Su Liaowu has suffered serious losses in both power and prestige. Should we change our target now? The Elder of the Mountain said. Of course we should change. Venerated Ming snorted, his eyes shining. Su Liaowu can only be the king of the western regions at most. How can that compare to becoming the master of the entire world? If Temujin one day finds out that the empire he worked so hard to conquer has been given to me, I wonder how angry he will be. Ha 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 ha, pfft. Seeing him vomit, the Elder of the Mountain was shocked. What happened to you, Venerated Ming? Venerated Ming's face darkened. Those bastards even poisoned the tea. How despicable. Then what should we do? I'll go to the palace to find the antidote for you. The Elder of the Mountain stood up. No need. Venerated Ming waved his hand. This little bit of poison won't kill me. At most, it'll just take some effort. If the Elder of the Mountain entered the palace and alerted Temujin, then the perfect escape plan would be wasted. Then rest well for the time being, Venerated Ming. If you need anything, let me deliver it to you. The Elder of the Mountain bowed to him and quietly left. As Venerated Ming adjusted his internal energy, he thought to himself, where should I go next? Meanwhile, when Song Qingshu heard the huge commotion coming from the shaman sect, he rushed over. Just as he was about to arrive, he was stopped by a beautiful figure. Looking at the fairy-like woman in white, Song Qingshu smiled. Greetings, Miss Jean. Jean Bingyun looked at him quietly for a long time before sighing. Your acting skills are really good. Chapter 2441. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't reveal anything on his face. Instead, he looked at her with a puzzled expression. What are you talking about, miss? Jean Bingyun smiled faintly and didn't pursue the topic any further. Instead, she asked, Where are you going? Song Qingshu found it strange that Jean Bingyun rarely smiled. Now that she was smiling in front of the Shueiyue clan, it was truly puzzling. Oh, I heard a strange noise coming from the shaman religion. I don't know what happened, so I came to check it out. Jean Bingyun glanced in that direction and casually replied, Oh, so the Khan and Master are working together to kill the Tongtian shaman. Song Qingshu. He didn't expect that such a big piece of news would happen so soon after he parted with the Tongtian shaman. He was about to move, planning to help the Tongtian shaman. After all, both grandmasters were on par with each other, and the Tongtian shaman would definitely lose in a 1 versus 2 fight. If he were to die just like that, the balance of power between the two forces in Lin City would be broken. Jean Bingyun noticed his footsteps and asked, Are you going to help the Tongtian shaman? Song Qingshu frowned, but he kept a smile on his face. Miss, you must be joking. Of course I'm going to help the Khan and the Demon Master. Jin Bingyun didn't expose him and said directly, "You don't need to go. The Tongtian shaman is already dead." Dead? Song Qingshu was shocked. The Tongtian shaman was fighting 1 versus 2. Even if he couldn't win, he shouldn't have died so quickly. Killing a grandmaster was easier said than done. Jin Bingyun said slowly, "The great Khan and master set up a killing trap in the imperial palace. Tongtian shaman was caught off guard and took part in it. As soon as the trap was activated, he was severely injured. With so many experts chasing after him, he naturally died." Song Qingshu really didn't understand why Temujin would suddenly attack the Tongtian shaman. It didn't make sense. "The one who should have died today was you," Jin Bingyun suddenly said. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. "Miss, what do you mean? I don't understand." Jin Bingyun took out a letter from her bosom and handed it to him. "Li Qimei asked me to investigate the Shueiyue sect. This morning, I planned to report to him what I found recently, but I didn't expect to find this information on his desk. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid that only Tongtian Wizard has the ability to leave this letter in Li Qimei's seat." Song Qingshu's expression changed several times. In an instant, he understood the Tongtian shaman's plan. "Yesterday, he must have invited me to attack Pangban but was rejected. Thus, he lost his patience and took the initiative to expose me, forcing me to attack him. Then, he would take the opportunity to reap the benefit. But why was he the one who was attacked?" As if she saw his confusion, Jin Bingyun opened her red lips and said, "I hid this secret report and told Li Qimei about the Tongtian shaman. The Khan had always suspected him and decided to make the first move after getting confirmation. The Tongtian shaman thought that they had summoned him to deal with you, so he was careless and didn't take any precautions. He suffered a great loss from the beginning." Song Qingshu was silent, but his heart was in turmoil. He didn't expect that he would have a trip to the gates of hell today. Jin Bingyun tilted her head and looked at him. "Do you still plan to face me like this?" Song Qingshu smiled and took off his mask. He sighed. "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" Jin Bingyun shook her head. "Ever since Master chose you as a cultivation vessel, I've studied a lot about you. I know that you are not a bloodthirsty person. You can even be said to be a bit soft-hearted. But when it really threatens the overall situation, I won't be soft-hearted." Song Qingshu reached out and strangled her neck. Jin Bingyun didn't resist, and there was no panic in her pure eyes. "I'm a woman, a pretty woman. Besides, I saved you. You won't kill me." Song Qingshu was a little annoyed. He let go of her neck. "Aren't you afraid of losing the bet?" Jin Bingyun pursed her lips and smiled. "I told you, to some extent, I know you better than you know yourself." Song Qingshu pondered for a long time and said, "You're really making it difficult for me to deal with you. I really don't want to kill you, but you know my identity." Before he could finish, Jin Bingyun interrupted him. "Don't worry, I won't reveal your identity, not even to Master." "Why?" Song Qingshu could tell from her tone that she wasn't lying and couldn't help feeling puzzled. "What's in it for me to reveal your identity?" Jin Bingyun rolled her eyes at him, as if she didn't expect him to ask such a stupid question. Song Qingshu paused for a moment, then realized that once his identity was revealed, Temujin would want to kill him, and Pangban didn't want him to die. This would inevitably cause a rift between the king's tent and the palace, and if he only told Pangban, it would mean that Jin Bingyun would soon have to take on the role of traveling magic medium. She had always been against this task. "I was gauging the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure." Song Qingshu thought for a moment, then took out a pill and gave it to her. "What is it?" It was Jin Bingyun's turn to be puzzled. The antidote for the leopard fetus heart-changing pill. Song Qingshu had to admit that even a puzzled expression from a beautiful woman was very pleasing to the eye. As for the antidote, the Tongtian shaman was dead, so there was no need to keep it a secret. Jin Bingyun didn't refuse pretentiously. Her slender fingers picked up the pill and stuffed it directly into her mouth. "Aren't you afraid that this is another poison?" Song Qingshu couldn't help but say, "If you don't keep your guard up against people like this, sooner or later you will suffer a great loss." Jin Bingyun looked at him strangely. "I don't treat other people like this." Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. "Are you seducing me?" He even felt that her pure and flawless appearance was even more irresistible than Dan Yuru, who had mastered the art of seduction. Of course, this was somewhat unfair to Dan Yuru. She was the first person in the history of thousands of years to master the art of seduction. In terms of purity and charm, she was no less than Jin Bingyun, and even more attractive to ordinary men. Unfortunately, he knew her background in advance and knew that she was using the art of seduction. So he was a little wary from the beginning, and naturally the effect was greatly reduced. Seduction? Jin Bingyun blushed slightly. "Don't misunderstand, I just know you better." Song Qingshu looked at the dust in the distant sky that hadn't dissipated yet. "Is Tong Tian Shaman really dead?" Jin Bingyun grunted. "The Great Khan personally examined his body. He was chased by the Great Khan and Master, and fled into the secret chamber of the sect. Unexpectedly, he buried explosives in it. Knowing that there was no hope of escaping, he detonated the explosives and tried to die with the Great Khan and the others. However, although the Great Khan and Master were seriously injured, their lives were not in danger. But Li Qimei was not so lucky. Song Qingshu was shocked, thinking that Tong Tian Shaman was really a ruthless person, and he had prepared such a killing move in advance. Noticing that Jin Bingyun looked a little sad, he couldn't help but say, "You had a good relationship with Li Qimei, so you must be very sad." Although he knew it was a little unkind, he felt a little relieved. Before, Li Qimei had been suspicious of him, but now that he was dead, the threat was removed. Jin Bingyun gently shook her head. "Everyone has to die. It's not a bad thing for him to return to the arms of Tengri sooner." Song Qingshu knew that this was the unique view of life and death of the people here, so he was not too surprised. He looked in the direction of the palace, where Temujin and Pangban were both seriously injured. Soon, he made a decision in his mind that he must seize this opportunity to see if he could kill Temujin. It should be noted that the political structure of the Mongol king's military power determined the position of the Khan, which was very important. In history, every time a Khan died, the Mongols would be in civil strife for a long time. If he could successfully kill Temujin, Inner Mongolia would not have the energy to invade the Central Plains for at least a few years. Chapter 2442. How can your disguise be so amazing? I don't see any difference between you and the Shueiyue master, and no one has noticed anything unusual. Jin Bingyun suddenly reached out and stroked his face, as if worried that he was also wearing a mask. "Can you disguise yourself as anyone?" Song Qingshu felt a little strange as her cold and delicate fingers slid across his face, but he knew that she was not seducing him. Everything was just a natural action. He turned his face to avoid her fingers and said, "It's not that easy. I just happened to run into the Shueiyue master and took off his face." Although he had an agreement with her, he was not stupid enough to tell her everything. Jin Bingyun was not surprised. The Shueiyue master was good at martial arts, but facing a great grandmaster would only mean death. But thinking about the human face, she could not help but take a step back. Her face was a little pale. Although she was usually a little cold, she was still a woman and could not help but be afraid of such a bloody thing. "Thank you, Bingyun. I still have some things to take care of, so I'll go first. We'll talk again when we have time." He smiled at Jin Bingyun and hurried in the direction of Shaman. He was still a little shocked by the death of the Tongtian shaman and had to confirm it himself before he could rest assured. Seeing him leave without looking back, Jin Bingyun could not help but pout. Was she really that scary in his heart? Every time he saw her, he ran away? But on second thought, he no longer called her Miss Jean, but Bingyun. She could not help but smile. Song Qingshu did not know that the girl behind him was thinking so much. He put on the mask of the Shueiyue master again and came to the scene of the incident. His status as a guest was already high, and the only suspect, Li Qimei, was also dead, so no one thought it was inappropriate for him to appear in shaman. He saw the ruins and secretly smacked his lips, thinking that the Tongtian shaman must have set this trap long ago to trap Temujin. If he had not been seriously injured at the beginning, the explosives in the secret room would most likely have taken Temujin's life. He found an opportunity to approach the corpse of the Tongtian shaman. He had never seen what the other party looked like under the mask. Looking at the half-cooked corpse in front of him, it was hard to associate it with the mysterious Tongtian shaman. After the explosion, thanks to the mask, Tongtian shaman's face was probably the best preserved part. This Tongtian wizard is too skinny. Noticing his shriveled cheeks, Song Qingshu frowned. He shook his head and left. He was still thinking about how to enter the palace and assassinate Temujin. Although he was injured, Temujin was also heavily injured. It was worth a gamble. After walking for a short distance, a thought flashed across his mind. He turned his head abruptly and stared at the corpse of Tongtian shaman not far away. He walked back and stretched out his fingers to feel the skin on his face. It was too dry and rough, and this was not caused by an explosion. A great grandmaster's luck was profound, and their power circulated endlessly throughout their bodies. They might not look like Panin, but their bodily functions were definitely the healthiest and most energetic. However, the corpse in front of them seemed to have been like this when it was still alive. This was definitely abnormal. This was more like the aftereffects of the absorbing stars. A thought flashed across his mind. He was very familiar with the absorbing stars and dark north divine kung fu. He knew the incantations of both techniques, and he had even personally experienced being almost sucked dry. The Tongtian wizard was almost completely sucked dry before he died. Could it be that Temujin sucked all his power? Song Qingshu recalled the tragic scene of Naya being sucked dry and shook his head slightly. The symptoms did not seem like it, and according to the descriptions of these people, Temujin did not have the chance to suck him dry. Then who was it? He went through all the people who knew the absorbing stars and dark north divine kung fu in his mind and eliminated them one by one, until there was only one person left. Could it be him? Song Qingshu thought of the information he had received. It seemed that Ming Zun had also come to Mongolia. He was worried that he had taken over Guojing's body, but now it seemed that he had gone to the Tongtian shaman. No wonder there had been no news of him. Song Qingshu felt a little emotional when he thought about how the only person he had dealings with during this period of time was probably revered Ming. This revered Ming was truly an ambitious and ruthless person. He was actually able to temporarily suppress the grudges between the two of them without revealing any flaws. But Hua Qingtong was miserable. Back in the Gaochang labyrinth, she had said in front of her fiancé that she was his woman. At that time, Ming Zun must have exploded. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Basiba noticed that he was wandering around the Tongtian wizard's body and could not help but ask. Nothing, I just don't believe that the Tongtian wizard really died just like that. Song Qingshu said tentatively. The Khan and the evil master have confirmed it personally. They recognized the original appearance of the Tongtian wizard. It can't be wrong. Basiba was obviously not in the mood to discuss this topic. You came at the right time. Accompany me to catch the remaining Tongtian wizard. In just 1 year, Nianliandan, Naya, Li Qimei, and the others had died one after another. Originally, they were full of masters, but now they were stretched thin. The 7 Tongtian wizard brothers were not mediocre, and he was afraid that he would not be able to handle them alone. But with the help of the Shueiyue Grand Master, it would be much easier. Song Qingshu could not refuse, so he followed him everywhere to catch the Tongtian wizard faction. They were busy all the way until nightfall. After finally finding a chance to escape, Song Qingshu came to the Mongolian palace. He had been a little afraid of Temujin before, so he did not dare to rashly alert the enemy. But today he was seriously injured by the explosives, so he could not waste this opportunity. With a tap of his toes, he snuck in. Unlike the Ruyang Palace, the Ruyang Palace was smaller, and Temujin had specially taken care of it, so the defense was flawless, making it difficult for him to sneak in. But the palace was so big, and with the accident of Naya, who was in charge of the imperial guards, he could always find a loophole. Sneaking into the palace was a walk in the park for him. But the layout of the Mongolian palace was very different from that of the Central Plains. The tents were mixed with the houses, giving a different sense of harmony. Sneaking into the inner palace, he could not find Temujin even after a long time. He was hesitating whether or not he should catch a servant to ask, but he was also afraid that the missing servant would be found and exposed. Just as he was hesitating, he suddenly heard a seductive moaning in the air. Song Qingshu was stunned. How could he not know what was going on with such a sound? In the entire palace, who else would have the guts to make love with a woman other than Temujin himself? Overjoyed, he followed the sound and finally found traces of Temujin in a palace. Leaning against the wall, he quietly slid open a corner of the window and peeked in. He saw Temujin half lying on the dragon throne, half naked. The throne was covered with a large tiger pelt, and it was obviously very soft to sit on. But his attention was quickly attracted by the woman in Temujin's arms. She was completely naked, and her hair was scattered all over her body, making her skin look even fairer and more alluring. The woman was sitting on Temujin's waist with a seductive look on her face. Her soft waist moved in a seductive rhythm, like water moving up and down. Hua Jiyu of beauty? Song Qingshu recognized her. He had met her before in Western Xia, and if he remembered correctly, she was the wife of the white-haired Lu Shaoji. How did she end up with Temujin? Chapter 2443. He remembered Hua Jiu's flirtatious demeanor, but when he remembered that she was already over 50 years old and was an old witch who harvested yang energy to nourish her yin energy, how could he have such thoughts? But looking at her now, he had to admit that she was indeed the cream of the crop. Her skin was even more delicate than that of many young girls, and her movements were so practiced and beautiful that any man could enjoy her to the fullest. Even so, when Song Qingshu thought about how she had relied on plucking young experts to get to where she was today, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. This Temujin sure was cold and unscrupulous, sitting on the 4 seas. What kind of woman couldn't he get? But in the end, he even wanted a woman like this. Poor Lu Shaoji, who knew how many times she had been cuckolded in her life. But Temujin didn't seem like a good person either. The two of them had their own fun, so it could be said that they were cuckolding each other. Now that Temujin was truly enjoying himself, it was a good time to strike. But Song Qingshu wasn't in a hurry. He still had to wait for Temujin to reach his peak before he would be at his weakest. Just then, Hua Jiu suddenly spoke. "Khan, you are so strong. I have never seen a man as strong as you in my life." Temujin snorted. "Your skills are not bad either. I am quite satisfied." Hua Jiu rolled her eyes and suddenly said, "Khan, you seem to have suffered some serious internal injuries. Why don't you find a virgin to heal you? What, are you afraid that I will suck you dry?" Temujin opened his eyes slightly and looked at her. Hua Jiu's heart skipped a beat. "Your servant's entire body belongs to you, Khan. It is my honor if you want to suck me dry. But I do not have a pure yin body. Even if I can use the secret arts of the Holy Gate to help you, I can't compare to some women. Oh, do you have any recommendations?" Temujin was a man of his stature, and could naturally tell that there was a hidden meaning in her words. Hua Jiu giggled. "I've been keeping an eye out for the Khan these days, and I've found a few girls with good potential. For example, Ah Xiao, the eldest daughter of the Bai family of the Snow Mountain sect. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also as gentle as water. She's still young, so she's definitely a virgin. Outside the window, Song Qinshu almost cursed out loud. This witch was really not a good person. It was bad enough that her own private life was a mess, but now she was trying to drag other girls down with her? He still remembered that he had met the young lady called Ah Xiao once when he was in the Vulture Palace. That pure and shy young lady was very likable at first sight. Temujin grunted and stretched his waist. I've seen that Xiao before. She's really young and tender. But the Bai clan of the Snow Mountain sect has pledged their allegiance to the Mongols. If I were to touch her, wouldn't I be discouraging the rest of the world? Song Qinshu nodded to himself. Although Temujin was a bit lecherous, he had a clear mind and was able to make the best choice for himself. If it were Song Qinshu, he would not be that kind of person. Hua Jieyu was also a wise warrior. She praised Temujin for a while before continuing, then you can consider sect leader Shan of the divine sect. She is the first person in our holy gate to master the art of seduction. Even as a woman, I could not resist her charm and wanted to push her down. What's more, she is still a virgin. Only a great hero like the Khan would have the right to pluck such a beautiful flower. Temujin nodded in agreement. That's right. Hearing her mention of Dan Yuru, Song Qingshu's eyes turned cold. This which could not be allowed to live in this world. If she were to continue like this, who knew how many innocent women would be harmed? Passion, Dan Ryu is indeed of the highest quality. Temujin licked his lips, clearly tempted, but after a long time, he shook his head. She is, after all, the leader of a sect, and also the confidant of the six. If I were to touch her, it would easily destroy the balance of power between him and the fourth. The sixth and fourth, he was referring to were Ali Buj and Kublai. As the emperor, he naturally had to maintain a balance among his successors. He could not allow one family to dominate, or else it would easily threaten his position. Song Qinshu breathed a sigh of relief. Although he could not say that he loved Dan Yuru, he did not want other men to touch her. If Temujin kept thinking about her, it would be troublesome. What about Jin Bingyun? She and Princess Xiaomin are the two most beautiful women in Mongolia right now. One is like an orchid in a valley, and the other is as bright as a rose. Most importantly, her cultivation level might even be able to help the Khan break through to a higher level. Temujin's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment when he heard Temujin's words. Outside the window, Song Qinshu suddenly frowned. In that instant, he seemed to have felt a wave of energy, but when he tried to search for it, it had disappeared without a trace. What was going on? Was it an illusion? He quickly rejected the idea. As a grandmaster, how could he have an illusion? Every time he had a sudden impulse, it could be a warning, let alone this one. Temujin suddenly sat up straight, and his expression turned cold. Do you want me to become a cauldron? Don't tell me you don't know that she is Pangban's magic medium. Hua Jieyu's heart was pounding, and she hurriedly said, Please calm down, Great Khan. The great way of planting demonic seed of the heart is not omnipotent. Usually, it is easier to succeed when the stove is unprepared. Now that the Great Khan is prepared, coupled with your great way of the sky demon, it is hard to say who will be the one to absorb who. Pangban's cultivation might even be absorbed by you, Great Khan. If that happens, your cultivation will be unprecedented, and you might even be able to ascend to heaven. Song Qinshu was stunned. Was there such a thing? He had heard that the great Taoist seed magic would change his expression, but now that he thought about it, the blissful Zen might not be afraid of his Taoist heart turning into a demon. Are you trying to drive a wedge between me and the Devil Master? Temujin snorted. I dare not. I was just saying. I was mainly talking about Jin Bingyun. As long as the Khan asks, The Devil Master will definitely give up his treasure. As she spoke, she began to twist her hips even harder. From her experience, no matter how hot a man's temper was, she could always use her gentleness to extinguish it. You are also a member of the Devil Master's palace. Are you jealous of Jean Bingyun? Temujin's face was expressionless. No, no. Hua Jiyu began to panic under the eagle-like gaze of the man. Temujin chuckled. If I remember correctly, you used to like Pangban as well. Unfortunately, he wanted to break through the void, so he married Lu Yaoji. Hua Jiyu's expression changed slightly. She quickly wrapped her arms around his body and put on a fawning smile. Great Khan, I am your woman now. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded in the hall. This woman cannot be allowed to live. A black-clothed man walked out of nowhere. His figure was tall and mighty, and he was as steady as a lofty mountain. His skin was fair, and at first glance, he looked like a statue of a god carved from crystal. His eyes were as blue as a deep lake, and they were like two precious gems wrapped in the night. Chapter 2444. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu is unable to find this site today. Please remember this site's domain name, Book Ocean Pavilion, and find your way home. At first glance, he thought it was Pangban, but upon closer inspection, they didn't look alike. The reason he mistook him for Pangban was because their temperament and aura were too similar. Who is this person, and what does he have to do with Pangban? Song Qingshu was shocked. He had thought that victory was in his grasp, but a grandmaster that he had never heard of appeared and turned the tables. "Mo, Master Devil, you're still alive?" Hua Jiyu's soul almost left her body. Her whole body went limp, and she had no energy to show off her skills in bed. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Who was the Devil's grandmaster? Why wasn't he mentioned in the intelligence report? The man with blue eyes said coldly, "You're doing very well. Master Devil, you misunderstand, that's not what I meant," Hua Jiyu hurriedly explained. Seeing that the man was unmoved, she turned to Temujin for help. "Khan, you know that I'm doing everything for you, I don't have any bad intentions, of course, I know your loyalty." Temujin sneered and grabbed her hair, pressing her down on the table and pinning her down on top of him. Hua Jiyu didn't get angry at his rudeness. Instead, she happily leaned on the table. "Yes, Khan, I've always been loyal to you." Temujin grinned. "Since you're loyal to me, then give me everything." Hua Jiyu smiled charmingly. "Haven't I already given you everything? Not enough." "What? Oh no, don't." Outside the window, Song Qingshu was stunned as he watched Hua Jiyu struggle desperately, even trying to attack the man behind her. But she was pinned down by Temujin, how could she break free? In a few breaths' time, her struggling movements became smaller. Song Qingshu's eyes were like lightning, and he immediately noticed that her originally lustrous skin was now gradually shriveling, and very quickly, she was sucked dry at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shaking his waist, Temujin reached out to grab a robe from the side and draped it over his body. "I didn't expect to disturb you," he said to the other man. The man from the Devil's Doctrine suddenly turned around and looked at Song Qingshu. "Who is it?" Song Qingshu knew that something was wrong. He had just witnessed the shocking changes inside, and his heartbeat could not be controlled. The people inside had heard the commotion. With a light tap of his foot, he activated his qinggong to the extreme. Although Temujin was injured, he himself was also injured. On top of that, there was still a grandmaster on the other side. If he really got entangled with them, his life might be in danger. As soon as he left, the window was smashed into pieces. The black-clothed man stood where he was, obviously a little surprised that the other party could escape from him. However, he immediately snorted coldly and chased after the other party. "Guards!" Temujin's face was dark as well. Soon, the guards rushed in. They were all shocked to see Hua Jiyu, who looked like a mummy on the table. However, they had seen things like this many times, so no one said anything. An assassin has come in. Take some people to search for him. Also, pass down the order to seal the palace gates. Don't let a fly out. Temujin did not expect that someone would be so bold as to come in. However, he still needed to digest the spiritual essence he had just absorbed, so he could only leave the task to his subordinate. Yes, Great Khan. After the guards left, the entire palace began to move. Song Qingshu sprinted all the way to the palace walls. However, he found that the nearby soldiers had already heard the warning and were patrolling the area. Although he was not afraid of these people, he would be in trouble if the devil's doctrine caught up with him. Therefore, he changed direction and continued running toward the inner palace. He used the complicated architecture of the palace to hide, and after a while, he successfully lost the devil's doctrine. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard a gentle female voice outside the door. "Why is it so noisy outside?" Another somewhat familiar voice laughed and said, "It seems like some kind of assassin has arrived." Song Qingshu was stunned. This unique and charming voice was very easy to recognize. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Song Qingshu hid on the beam with the tip of his foot. Soon, two women in palace attire pushed open the door and entered. One was graceful and luxurious, while the other was mature and charming. Who else could it be other than Lost? An assassin has come to the palace to die? The elegant woman's voice was full of surprise. It had been many years since she had seen an assassin who dared to enter the palace. "Let's not talk about them. Why has the third empress summoned me?" Hai Wanshan asked with a smile. The third empress? Song Qingshu remembered that Zhao Min had told him that Temujin had 4 empresses. The first empress, Borte, was the birth mother of the Taoyui brothers. The second empress was Hulan, who had a relationship with Naya. The third and fourth empresses were a pair of sisters. The elder sister was called Yesue and the younger sister Yasugen. Both sisters came from a tribe hostile to Temujin. When the younger sister Yasugen was captured, Temujin liked her beauty and took her into his harem. Later, Yasugen recommended the older sister to Temujin, who was even more beautiful than herself. Temujin went to kidnap Yesue. Sure enough, she was a beautiful woman, so he took her in as a concubine. But Yesue was already married and had been depressed ever since she was kidnapped. Her husband tried his best to save his wife, but Temujin was too powerful for him to do anything. The only thing he could do was to blend in with the crowd and look at his wife a few more times. One time, Temujin held a banquet in the wild. When he looked into the crowd, he couldn't help but sigh. Temujin looked rough, but he was very careful. He immediately sent people to investigate and found a handsome young man, who turned out to be Yesue's husband. There was no such word in Temujin's dictionary. He directly cut off the man's head and couldn't help but grieve. Fortunately, his younger sister Yasugen was there to calm her nerves, so she was able to keep her life. Song Qingshu looked at the graceful woman. She was indeed prettier than Hulan. But when he thought about how she had watched her husband be killed, and how she had served her husband's murderer with all her heart for so many years after that, and how she had given birth to a child for her enemy, he didn't like it. But then he thought about it and realized that this was probably the law of the grassland. The strong were respected, and the women of the tribes were often taken away. When Temujin was still weak, his wife was also taken away by his enemy and gave birth to a child. The people of the grasslands didn't follow the customs of the Central Plains, so it was not right for him to criticize her. Yasugen sat down on the couch and ordered the maids around her to leave. After they closed the door, she asked, "Did you do what happened to Hulan?" Hai Manshan's expression didn't change. She still had that charming smile on her face. "What are you talking about, third empress? We don't want to see anything happen to the second empress. It's Naya's fault for being too daring." Yasugen gave her a deep look and said lightly, "The eunuch who invited Hulan out of the palace is in my hands." Hai Manshan's expression changed. She was about to say something but was stopped by Yesue. You don't have to say anything. We all know what happened, so you don't have to worry. Since we are both from the Tartar tribe, I've already taken care of the eunuch for you. But you have to be careful in the future. Paper can't wrap fire. Chapter 2445. The Tartar Tribe? Song Qingshu remembered that Zhao Min had once mentioned that during the rise of the Mongols, there were two major feuding tribes. One was the Mi-Urki tribe. Temujin's mother was the fiancée of his father, who had stolen the chief of the Mi-Urki tribe. Later on, the Mi-Urki tribe stole Temujin's wife, not only making him a cuckold, but also having Temujin's first child be Mi-Urki's son. The two tribes had a love-hate relationship, but the Mi-Urki tribe was eventually destroyed by Temujin's tribe. Empress Hulin was Mi-Urki's princess and was taken into Temujin's harem as a spoil of war. Apart from Mi-Urki, the most powerful tribe at the time was the Tartar tribe. Temujin allied with the Jin kingdom and Ong Khan of the Kalay tribe to defeat the Tartar tribe. The Yasui sisters were the daughters of the chief of the Tartar tribe, while Hai Wanli was the descendant of another chief of the Tartar tribe. It was probably because of this relationship that Yi Sui helped him deal with the aftermath in the dark. Si Lost put away his usual fake smile, and his tone was no longer as respectful as before. So you still remember the Tartar tribe? Seeing how you served the Khan with all your heart all these years, I thought you had forgotten about it. Empress Yasui frowned. From what you're saying, you seem to still be hiding the hatred of the Tartar tribe. Are you doing all this for the sake of our former tribe? Listen to me, the Tartar tribe has been destroyed for decades. There's no point in doing all this. Hai Wanli chuckled. Even after her husband was killed, she still served her husband's murderer without any regrets. She didn't even think about revenge. So how could I avenge a tribe that has already perished? As she spoke, her expression turned serious. I just want to take back what I deserve. Song Qingshu, who was sitting on the beam, felt a chill run down his spine. These women's minds are really scary. I wonder if my female friends are the same. Empress Yasui was surprised, but she quickly reacted. Are you talking about the relocation of the imperial family? But you also know that Guiyu died from drinking too much. Before she could finish, Hai Wanli interrupted her with a sneer. These people only need to lie to the common people. Do you also believe them? There are some rumors about the death of Ogdi and your husband, but there's no evidence. Empress Yasui sighed. In fact, the ownership of the imperial family had little to do with her. Whether it was the Ogdi tribe or the Thor tribe, they were all born of the Grand Empress. It was just an internal dispute of their family. Hai Wanli walked to the window and looked in the direction of Temujin's palace. Ordinary people may not be able to find evidence, but the Khan is very capable. Wanli can of his ability. Now it is clear that he is allowing the Thor tribe to exist. So what if he acquiesces? After all, the throne is his. He can pass it to whoever he wants. She couldn't help but say. She didn't want this relative of hers from the same tribe to do something stupid. We Mongolians have never resigned ourselves to fate. Si Wander's eyes flashed with an inexplicable luster. Since he doesn't care, I'll take back what belongs to us with my own hands. Wanli sled. I hi shin. I Wanli ishin, hi shinin. She of shin of. Hai Wanli snorted. Since he doesn't care, I will take back what belongs to us with my own hands. Seeing the sadness in his eyes, she hesitated for a moment before saying, But I still have to thank you for your help this time. I will remember this favor. No matter what I do in the future, I will try to avoid involving you. After saying that, she bade farewell and left. Her expression changed several times, and she walked to the side of the bed with a lonely expression. She took out a lifelike doll from the secret compartment under the bed and stroked it while crying silently. I'm sorry, Although he had never seen it before, Song Qingshu guessed that the doll was most likely a carving of her husband. He sighed and quietly left the room. Hai Wanli was walking in the palace when her expression suddenly changed. She was about to turn around when a deep voice came from behind her. "Don't move. You are the assassin who broke into the palace today." Hearing that it was a man, Hai Wanli relaxed a little. She was very confident in her charm, and few men could resist it. "Take me out." Song Qingshu's finger pressed against her back. He didn't need her to leave the palace, but now that he had a ready-made tool, it would be a pity not to use it. Interesting recitation, okay. Hai Wanli didn't refuse at all. Instead, Song Qingshu was stunned. "Can you let me see you?" Ocean Wander continued. Song Qingshu said coldly, "Don't you know that it's easy to be killed if you see the appearance of a bandit?" Hai Wanli giggled. "That's just an ordinary bandit. A bandit like you who dares to break into the Mongolian palace is not someone ordinary people can compare to." Song Qingshu snorted and dragged her to a hidden corner. Only then did he release his hand from her back. He did have some things to say to her, and he didn't mind being seen by her. Hai Wanli turned around. When she saw his appearance, she was shocked. "Song Qingshu? Do you recognize me, Your Highness?" Song Qingshu had to admit that looking at Hai Wanli from the front was more visually impactful. There was a sense of turbulence, and coupled with the perfect curves of her waist and hips, she was much more attractive than Hua Jieyu, even if she didn't cultivate the art of charm. A flawless smile appeared on Hai Wanli's face. "I'm afraid there aren't many people in Helen City who don't know you now." Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. These days, Basabari and Chi Mei had brought the army to search for him everywhere. His portrait was plastered all over the streets and alleys of Helen City. Indeed, there weren't many people who didn't know him. "But should I call you Song Qingshu or the Shueiyue clan?" Hai Wanli suddenly asked teasingly. "What do you mean?" Song Qingshu wondered what was going on. How was it that more and more people could see through his disguise? Could it be that everything had been smooth sailing for the past few years had caused him to become arrogant and not pay attention to the details? Hai Wanli didn't mind explaining. "In all of Helen City, I'm probably the only one who knows that the Shueiyue clan isn't the real Shueiyue clan, but I've always been curious as to who has the ability to impersonate him. After all, the Shueiyue clan is one of the few masters in the world. Not everyone has the ability to do so. Later, when you fought against 3 of them, your name spread throughout the city. Only then did I realize that only you had the ability to do so. At first, I was only guessing, and I was only 60 to 70% sure. But when you held me hostage just now, I was very sure." Song Qingshu was stunned. "I'd like to hear more." Hai Wanli pointed at his beautiful and delicate nose. "I have a very good sense of smell, and I won't forget many scents after smelling them once. Back then, I rolled in the sheets with the Shueiyue clan, and just now, I smelled your scent. Isn't it obvious?" Song Qingshu didn't deny it anymore. Instead, he sighed. "The princess is indeed meticulous. But for someone like you who colluded with the 3rd Empress to make Temujin a cuckold, I wonder what will happen to you if he finds out?" Hai Wanli's expression changed. "You heard what we said just now." Song Qingshu shrugged. "I've always thought that the princess is a smart person. Why are you asking such a stupid question this time?" Hai Wanli took a deep breath. "I lost my composure. Young master, there's no need to be nervous. We are on the same boat, and our previous alliance agreement is still valid." Song Qingshu recalled her agreement with the Shueiyue clan and couldn't help but look at her full body. "I remember someone said that I would get what I wanted." Hai Wanli revealed a charming smile. "If it was the Shueiyue clan with their wretched appearance, I would naturally lie to them. But if it's you, young master, I can consider it." Chapter 2446. "Don't worry, you can sit in my palanquin later," Hai Wanli said. In the palanquin? Song Qingshu frowned. But now that the city gates are closed, even if you are the princess, they will definitely check your palanquin. Don't worry, they will at most look around. Do you think they will turn everything upside down? What's more, my palanquin is different from other palanquins. Hai Wanli hooked her finger at him and quickly led him to a palanquin. She had already sent her subordinates far away. She reached out to the side of the seat, and a secret door appeared from under her seat. Song Qingshu frowned. I don't want to go through such a dog hole. Hai Wanli smiled sweetly. How could I dare let a great grandmaster go through it? You can just sit with me. I will only use it when I have no other choice. But isn't your palanquin too small? Song Qingshu frowned. Hai Wanli took his arm. Young master can hug me. Of course, if young master doesn't mind, you can also let me hug you. An amazing sensation came from his arm. Song Qingshu wondered if this vixen was doing this on purpose. I dare not refuse a beautiful woman's invitation. Song Qingshu entered first and sat down in the palanquin. Only then did Hai Wanli call her subordinates over from afar, and then she also got into the palanquin. Even though she said that she wanted to carry him, she actually sat beside him. The palanquin was not big, but it could barely fit 2 people. Soon, someone lifted the palanquin and walked out. Feeling the amazing elasticity of his body, Song Qingshu couldn't help sighing. Has anyone praised the princess's good figure? Hai Wanli looked at him with a smile. To be appreciated by young Master Song, who has countless women, makes me happier than everyone else added together. Other people, including your husband. Song Qingshu thought to himself that from the moment he met this woman, she had never said anything sincere. Hai Wanshan's breath caught in her throat. It was clear that mentioning her husband at this time made her feel a bit awkward. However, she quickly adjusted her mentality and revealed a charming smile. Let's not talk about him at this time, okay? Song Qingshu quietly lifted one of the curtains and looked outside. You were able to enter the palace in a palanquin? Looks like Temujin treated you well. I don't like to walk. The first queen took pity on me, so she gave me this privilege. Hai Wanli said softly. He thumped his leg. Song Qingshu rolled his eyes. Who was it that ran around in the desert all by himself? Why didn't I see that you didn't like to walk back then? Don't worry. My identity is a bit special. Normally, no one would dare to check my palanquin. Seeing him looking around, Hai Wanshan thought that he was worried and comforted him. What's there to worry about? You're right next to me now. If I'm found out, I can just take you hostage and get out. Song Qingshu said with a relaxed expression. Hai Wanshan was speechless. This man was really different from the people she had met before. Sometimes she felt like she was punching cotton. Is this how you treat your allies? She took a deep breath and said in a pitiful tone, I don't believe that I can't handle you. Allies? Song Qingshu turned his head and looked at her soft and fair cheeks. The faint light from the lamp spilled in through the gap in the curtains, covering her entire body with a kind of longing that was unique to a young woman. No wonder the shadow assassin was fooled by her. This woman was indeed extraordinarily beautiful. However, Song Qingshu was not moved at all. Based on my understanding of the princess, you will sell me out in the blink of an eye. It's really hard for me to treat you as a trustworthy ally. Am I that kind of person? Hai Wanshan pushed him and said coquettishly. Yes. Song Qingshu nodded with a serious expression. Hai Wanshan put her hand on his shoulder and gently rested her chin on the back of her hand. She looked at him with her big eyes at such a close distance. Then how can you trust me? At such a close distance, he could even clearly feel her aura. Song Qingshu knew that this was just one of her usual tricks. Every time, she would deliberately make some ambiguous moves to tease you, but in reality, she wouldn't really let you take advantage of her. If you didn't believe him, just ask that bootlicker, shadow assassin. In the end, he would end up with nothing. Isn't gaining my trust something you should consider? Song Qingshu was not moved at all. What about this? Hai Wanshan suddenly leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. Is this enough to express my sincerity? Song Qingshu was taken aback. He had not expected her to do this at all. Do you often rely on this to win people's trust? Of course not. You're the first. Hai Wanshan said with a hint of shyness on her face. Song Qingshu was a little impressed. This woman's acting skills were really admirable. Answer me honestly. What? I'll definitely tell you everything I know. Si Wander tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, exuding a languid and charming aura. Song Qingshu said in a low voice, Tell me honestly, have you been lusting after my body for a long time? Hai Wanshan. She had seen too many men who were good at using their beauty to their advantage. She had a feeling that any man would be easy to get, but this man in front of her was the only one who did not play by the rules. However, she reacted quickly and immediately followed his word. That's right. Prince Song is one of the most powerful men in the world at such a young age. Most importantly, he is so handsome. Which woman would not like him? It's good that you like me, Song Qingshu said and kissed her red lips that were inches away from his. Hai Wanshan's eyes widened. She had just wanted to give him a little sweetness to keep him in suspense. It had to be known that ordinary men would not even have this little sweetness. It was only because he was a grandmaster that she had touched him. In her experience, all men would show their most perfect side in front of her. They were all afraid of showing any excessive behavior and destroying their image in her heart. Who would have thought that this guy would be so direct? She subconsciously wanted to push him away, but her body was held tightly. How could she push him away? Coupled with Song Qingshu's rich experience, Hai Wanshan soon felt like her head was about to explode. Her hands that had been desperately trying to push him away also seemed to slow down. No matter how cunning she was still a young woman, a woman at the peak of her physical strength. After her husband left, she did not know how many nights she had spent in the cold and lonely. It was just that she had been deliberately suppressing herself with revenge. Repressed emotions were destined to explode one day. This man was a man she did not hate, and more importantly, he was a powerful man. Growing up in a Mongolian tribe, she had always respected the strong. Although Temujin and Pangban were powerful, they were not of the same generation, so she naturally did not have any other thoughts. However, Song Qingshu was a man about the same age as her, and he was the youngest grandmaster in the world. A few days ago, he had placed third, which shocked her greatly. She did not seem to be at a disadvantage against such a man. Chapter 2447. Song Qingshu whispered into her ear. Just now, I met another grandmaster in Temujin's palace. Do you know who he is? Feeling the heat of his breath, Hai Wanli felt a little itchy and moved back a little. Her eyes were also full of confusion. There was another grandmaster? I've never heard of him. Song Qingshu was not surprised. From his experience in the royal palaces of various countries over the years, every palace had a hidden master. Otherwise, how could the emperor sleep soundly with so many masters in the world? Such masters were almost unknown to outsiders and would only appear when the emperor was in danger. They were the emperor's last trump card. I heard someone call him the Devil's Grandmaster. Do you remember anything? Song Qingshu recalled and added. The Devil's Grandmaster? Hai Wanli was startled and hurriedly asked, was that person tall, had crystal-like skin, and blue eyes? Song Qingshu recalled the appearance of the person. He just saw and hurriedly nodded. Yes. Then it must be him. Hai Wanli sighed. He is Pangban's master, Meng Qiheng. People call him the Devil's Grandmaster. It is said that he passed away many years ago. I didn't expect him to be hiding in the palace. How sinister. All these years, she had been working against Temujin. If they were to meet in battle in the future, and another Grandmaster emerged from the other side, she would not even know how she died. She had thought that victory was in her grasp. She would not even know how she died. How sinister! She sighed again. He is Pangban's master? Song Qinshu frowned, but I don't think his cultivation is higher than Pangban's. In fact, Pangban was relatively weak among the grandmasters because he had not formed the devil's seed. This Meng Qihang was even weaker than Pangban. It seemed that he had just entered the grandmaster realm with great difficulty, which did not make sense. Hai Wanli explained, Meng Qihang personally said that Pangban's talent was far superior to his and that he would certainly surpass him in the future. Now that I think about it, could it be that he was about to be surpassed by his disciple and felt a little embarrassed, so he faked his death and secretly hid to cultivate? Song Qingshu's expression was a little strange. That's possible, but he doesn't seem to be cultivating the great Tao Heart demonic seed technique. If the other party also practiced the great art of Tao Heart demonic seed, then it would really be impossible to guard against. If it was Pangban, he would know that his demonic medium was Jin Bingyun, so it would be easy for him to guard against it. But if Meng Qihang also made a beautiful demonic medium with his character, he would probably fall into the trap if he wasn't careful. Hai Mansion shook his head. The Devil's Doctrine cultivates the Hidden Wisdom Book, and Pangban has cultivated his cultivation method to the extreme. Knowing that there is no room for improvement, he turned around and began to study the great Tao Heart demonic seed technique, that no one in the Devil's Doctrine has ever mastered, to see if it can break the void. I see. Song Qinshu suddenly understood. Ocean Lost continued, as an ally, I'll give you a friendly reminder. These 3 grandmasters might not be the only ones in Helen City. It's best if you don't keep a high profile. If you accidentally die, they will be sad. There's more? Song Qinshu frowned. Back at Mount Wudong, the grandmasters from the Central Plains had either died or were injured. If the Mongolians sent a few more grandmasters, then there would really be no need for them to fight anymore. What, are you afraid? Hai Mansion said with the ghost of a smile. There are 2 factions and 6 paths in the Devil's Doctrine. The 2 are Weed faction and Flowers faction, while the 6 paths are Sacred Zenith sect, Mieching Dao, True Teachings sect, Heaven Mending Pavilion, Heavenly Lotus sect, and Demonic Face sect. These factions chose their own masters and joined the Mongolian kings. Pangban and Meng Qihang are from Demonic Face sect. Aside from them, Sacred Zenith sects, Evil Emperor Xiang Yutian, Weed factions Bloody Hands Li Gong, and Heaven Mending Pavilions Evil King Shi Zhishuan might have all reached Great Grandmaster Realm. Evil King Shi Zhishuan doesn't have Great Grandmaster Realm. Song Qinshu shook his head. He had met him in Torei Manor. Even though his martial arts were strong, he had not taken that step. Hai Manshan's eyes lit up. He also remembered the situation back then. Since he had seen it with his own eyes, if he said there was no more, then there was no more. He had obtained another reliable piece of information. Beauty's Nest Song, Qinshu thought. Weed factions Fu Yaohong and Dan Yuru were all top-class elite. Dan Yuru's martial uncle, Bai Yejing, had almost fought to a draw with Hong Qigong. It was rumored that his eldest senior brother, Li Gong, was even more unfathomable. He might indeed be a grandmaster. As for Evil Emperor Xiang Yutian, he had heard of his name for a long time. Just this title alone was enough to tell how strong he was. Wait a minute. He suddenly remembered something and looked at the woman in his arms with a strange expression. If I remember correctly, Sacred Zenith sect joined your side. Speaking of which, Evil Emperor Xiang Yutian is your subordinate. A distant look flashed past Hai Manshan's face. That was in the past. Back then, my husband was the Khan's chosen successor, so they naturally joined us. But ever since Gue Yu passed away, our faction's reputation has been greatly reduced. They have long since stopped listening to my orders. Is that so? Song Qinshu did not completely believe her words, but there was definitely some truth in what she said. After all, people leaving was a common occurrence in the world. Can you let go of me now? High Mansion noticed that her clothes were in a mess, and the snow-white skin on her chest was slightly exposed. She could not help but blush, thinking that she must have been possessed. How could she let him off so easily? Song Qingshu wrapped his arm around her waist and leaned against him. Let's continue after we're done talking about business. High Mansion's heart skipped a beat when she saw his eyes that were as deep as the starry sky. Perhaps it was because she had suppressed her emotions for too long and was too tired from pretending, but at that moment she could not bring herself to reject him. Instead, her heart raced, and a bold thought appeared in her mind. Seeing that her eyes were watery and her eyebrows were full of lust, Song Qingshu reached out to lift her up and let her sit completely in his arms. Hai Wanming's breathing suddenly became irregular. Thinking that there were people carrying the sedan chair outside, she could only bite her lips tightly so as not to reveal anything. Song Qingshu was stunned. This woman was not as wanton as she appeared. At least, from the condition of her body, she had not been like this for a long time. When they left the palace, the guards only asked a few questions, and High Mansion casually answered them before letting them go. Clearly, her status in Mongolia was special, so these people did not dare to make things difficult for her. When they arrived outside the palace, the guards of High Mansion's residence also came to greet them. Shadow assassin Yang Xuyan also came to the side of the palanquin and asked, "Consort, I heard a lot of activity in the palace. Are you all right?" But after a while, High Mansion did not answer him. Shadow assassin Yang Xuyan's expression changed slightly. "Consort." Just as he was about to step forward and investigate, High Mansion's lazy voice rang out. "I'm fine. Let's go back. I'm a little tired." Yang Xuyan's heart skipped a beat. Her voice sounded a little strange. Compared to usual, it seemed to have a hint of seduction, and it made people's blood boil. However, this master had always looked at Yan Xing seductively, so Yang Xuyan did not think too much about it. He gestured for them to return to the residence while he stood guard outside the palanquin as usual. Inside the palanquin, High Mansion glanced at the man beside him with a hint of bitterness. He wanted to stop him. Song Qingshu used secret voice sending to say, "Don't worry. He can't hear you." His martial arts were much better than Yang Xuyan's, so he intentionally hid his presence. Naturally, Yang Xuyan did not know that there was someone else in the palanquin. Chapter 2448. The shadow assassin outside seemed to sense something. He suddenly felt a little empty in his heart, as if he had lost something important. He subconsciously touched his body. As an assassin, he usually carried very few things on him, so how could he have lost something? Strange, why do I feel like this? He turned to look at the sedan chair that was moving up and down from being carried and couldn't help asking, "Princess? HM, what is it?" After a while, Hai Wanshin's voice came out. "It's nothing." After confirming that the other was safe, the shadow assassin finally relaxed. He also noticed that the other's voice was sweeter than usual. Could it be that all these years of being at her beck and call had finally moved her? Just like this, he escorted the sedan chair all the way back to Prince Guiyu's residence. A voice came from the sedan chair, telling him not to follow and ordering the sedan chair bearers to carry the sedan chair directly to her courtyard. Hai Wanshin had always been lazy and didn't like to walk. This had happened before, so no one would suspect it. Although the shadow assassin was somewhat reluctant, he didn't refuse. He was worried that he would upset the woman of his dreams, so he never disobeyed any of her requests. After the sedan chair was put down in her courtyard and everyone left, Song Qingshu couldn't help sighing. "I've seen this shadow assassin's assassination skills. He's quite a character, but he was played like a hoodlum by your hands." "Who is a hoodlum?" Hai Wanshin somewhat lazily put her arms around his neck, her cheeks bright red. It was clear that the experience just now had made her heart beat faster, and she couldn't control herself. You don't know him, a tragic person. Song Qinshu carried her down the sedan chair and looked around. This is your residence? It feels like it has good taste. Don't worry, I've already had the nearby guards withdraw. There's no one else here right now. Hai Wanshan couldn't help shivering as the cold wind blew. Quickly carry me in, it's a bit cold outside. Her voice seemed to come out of honey, so sweet that it made one's heart flutter. After all, there were a lot of people in the sedan just now, so he really couldn't let go. Now that he heard her invitation, Song Qingshu's heart suddenly burned. He carried her into her bedroom in a few steps. But as soon as he entered the bedroom, he was surprised because he noticed an incense burner table with a memorial tablet on it. There was a row of golden characters written in Mongolian. He had stayed in Mongolia for a long time and had learned some Mongolian. He could vaguely recognize the characters written on the tablet. He didn't know much about the other characters, but after thinking about it for a while, it should be Gui Yu and some of his posthumous titles. You believe in this too? Song Qingshu was surprised. He had assumed that the people here believed in the celestial longevity plane. Unexpectedly, they would also worship memorial tablets like the central planes. Ah! Hai Wanli turned around and her face paled. She hurriedly ran over to put the tablet away, clearly embarrassed by this scene. Song Qingshu walked over and hugged her. He smiled and said, "Why should I? I don't mind." Hai Wanli rolled her eyes. "But I do mind." Song Qingshu seemed to have guessed what she was thinking and comforted her. "You have been very good to him all these years. You wandered among the wolves but kept your chastity like jade." Then he said to the tablet, "Brother Gui Yu, I can testify to this. She was just like a virgin just now." Hai Wanli was ashamed and angry. "Do you have to humiliate me like this? Get out of here." Song Qingshu was stunned. Why is the princess reacting so strongly? Isn't it the custom here that after the husband dies, the wife can remarry at will? Father is the son, brother is the younger brother, it is not a big deal. What's more, you did all this just to help him take revenge and take back what should be his. Did you do anything wrong to him? Hai Wanli was stunned. What he said made sense. She couldn't think of any reason to refute. Song Qingshu pulled her back into his embrace and whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, I'll definitely help you fulfill your wish." The two of them had the same goal to a large extent, so he didn't mind helping her along the way. Hai Wanli bit her lip, her eyes somewhat seductive. "But why do I feel like you are just finding excuses for yourself?" Although she said this, she didn't try to push him away. Song Qingshu laughed. "But I can see that the princess's eyes are also a bit eager." Hai Wanli's face turned red, but she quickly recovered. She had never been a pure person anyway, so it didn't seem like a big deal. Just thinking about it made her heart beat faster. On the other side of the palace, Temujin looked at the tall man in front of him with a surprised expression. Even the devil sect couldn't catch him? Meng Qihang was also a bit depressed. That person's qigong is too good, and the terrain of the palace is also very complicated. In just a few breaths, he disappeared without a trace. He, a great grandmaster, had to chase after a little assassin and let him escape. It was really embarrassing. Qigong is good enough to escape your pursuit. Temujin thought for a moment. Could it be that Song Qingshu has entered the palace? That Song Qingshu who fought against the three of you? Meng Qihang was also interested. Temujin snorted coldly. Now that I think about it, it must have been the Tongtian shaman who went easy on us. Otherwise, how could he have escaped from the three of us? It can't be him. I heard you say that he was seriously injured in that battle. How could he have recovered so quickly? Meng Qihang was puzzled. That person's qigong just now didn't look like he was seriously injured. It really is a bit unbelievable. Temujin was also a bit uncertain. Send someone to check the chambers of the concubines in the harem, lest he is hiding in there. Okay, I will send someone to inform them. Meng Qihong's expression was a bit strange, thinking to himself, "You are always occupying other people's wives and daughters, and yet you are so sensitive in this area, afraid of being accused of something." Report: the Imperial Preceptor requests an audience. A servant came to report. "Let him in," Temujin replied. Beside him, Meng Qihang disappeared into the shadows, obviously not willing to let others know of his existence. "Greetings, Great Khan." Basiba came in and bowed. The dried corpse of Hua Jieyu on the table had already been taken care of, so naturally it could not be seen now. "How is the capture of the henchmen of the Tongtian shaman?" Temujin asked. Basiba replied, "Many of his henchmen have surrendered after learning of his death, except for a few who stubbornly resisted, but were killed on the spot by me and the people of the Shueiyue clan." Temujin grunted, thinking that he originally thought that the Shueiyue clan was not reliable, but now it seemed that they were doing quite well. Basiba then spread out an account book and reported some of the specific details of the operation to him. After a long time, Temujin said, "Imperial Preceptor, recently we have killed Elder Wu's son and the Tongtian shaman. I am afraid that the people of the shaman religion have become restless. Add to that the deaths of many important officials one after another. Although they have not shown it, I can already feel that there are many treacherous waves hidden beneath the calm surface of Helen City. Once it erupts, the consequences will be unimaginable. Does the Imperial Preceptor have any solutions?" Basiba pondered for a moment, then said, "In my opinion, it is better to send out troops and use external wars to divert internal conflicts." He was very knowledgeable and could be said to have learned many things. He was keenly aware that with the Mongolian military state system, once the pace of conquest was stopped, all kinds of internal conflicts would become prominent and intensified. Temujin was overjoyed. "I was thinking the same thing. Where does the Imperial Preceptor think the best place to send troops?" Chapter 2449. It seemed that Basiba had been thinking about this issue for a long time. So, he replied directly upon hearing Chu Yang's question. Originally, the Xixia country had tricked our Mongolian country. And the fifth prince had been insulted in the previous marriage contest. So, the Xixia country should be our first target to retaliate. But, the Xixia country has been established for many years. On the contrary, the Dzungar tribe in the west seems to have formed an alliance with Xixia and the Jin recently. They are communicating with the remnants of Kharezm, and then a large number of caravans travel between Xixia and the Jin, selling silk and porcelain from the Central Plains to the west, and then transporting weapons from Ross and other places to the Central Plains. In the long run, I'm afraid that these countries will become more and more powerful. Temujin nodded. "Yes, I have been busy with the Western expedition for the past few years, and did not expect Galdan to become so powerful that he has been harassing my rear. This time, we must completely wipe out these rats on the grasslands and ensure the safety of the Mongolian right flank." The Dzungar Khaganate was not weak. They had tens of thousands of soldiers from the same Mongolian tribes and were all brave and good at fighting. But most of their territory was desert or grassland. This kind of flat terrain was most suitable for cavalry. In terms of cavalry, Temujin was confident that his Jie Shui was not targeting anyone. Basiba smiled. "And for us there is good news. The Dzungar Khaganate will have internal strife in the next few days." "Oh, internal strife?" Temujin suddenly became interested. Basiba explained, "When you rose to power and unified the Mongolian grasslands, the most powerful tribe in the west was the Naiman tribe. The Naiman tribe was defeated and the Naiman Taiyang Khan was killed. His two sons fled to the west, the eldest son Seng and the second son Galdan. Seng led the remnants of the tribe and went through many hardships to occupy the Ili area. But not long after, Seng was assassinated by a local nobleman and died. At that time, Seng's son was only about 10 years old and could not lead the tribe forward, So everyone elected Seng's younger brother Galdan to inherit the throne. Galdan inherited everything from his brother, including his sister-in-law, Anu. He is more talented than his brother and has expanded his territory to the Altai area. He is even stronger than the Naiman tribe at its peak. It was normal for the tribes of the grasslands to be on good terms with each other. Temujin nodded slightly. Not bad, Galdan is a talented man. If not for his wild ambitions, I would have wanted to recruit him for my own use. Basiba was silent. He knew that the Great Khan's words had sentenced Galdan to death. Such an ambitious and ruthless person would never truly submit, so he had to be captured and killed. What does that Anu look like? Temujin suddenly asked. Basiba was taken aback. After a few seconds, he realized that he was asking about Sing Ji's wife, the one who was later inherited by Galdan. I heard that she is not bad-looking. Temujin laughed. After conquering Dzungar, I will make her kneel before me and let her know who the strongest man in the world is. These years, Seng and Galdan brothers had given him a lot of trouble. He wanted to vent all his anger on their wife and daughter. Basiba knew the Great Khan's hobbies. He once said that the greatest joy in life is to defeat the enemy, to chase them away, to take what they have, to see those closest to them in tears, to ride their horses, and to take their wives and daughters. These years, who knew how many wives and daughters of Mongolian enemies had been taken into the harem of the king's tent? After laughing, Temujin asked again, if we calculate the time after so many years, Seng's son should have grown up. He will definitely want to take back what originally belonged to his father. Is this the internal strife you mentioned? The Great Khan is wise. Basiba sighed. Although the Great Khan liked women, his insight was unparalleled in the world. Seng's son is named Su Wang. In fact, Galdan only married his sister-in-law and inherited his brother's business. After all, he has expanded a lot of territory over the years. Even if Su Wang was dissatisfied, it would be difficult for him to take action. But Galdan should never have taken Su Wang as his fiancée. Oh, he is a man of my line. Temujin laughed heartily, thinking that a woman who could make uncle and nephew fight over her must be very beautiful. Yes, I want both of them. These years, Galdan has been conquering the east and the west, and he has defeated the Mongolian armies several times. Now his territory is vast, and he has an alliance with Xixia and the Jin kingdom in the east and Khwarezm in the west. His reputation is unparalleled. I'm afraid this is what made him so proud that he forcefully took his nephew as his fiancé. As Basiba evaluated, he secretly admired Temujin. Although the Great Khan liked women, he would never compromise the bigger picture for a woman. Whether it was Galdan or Li Yuanhao of Xixia, they would all be blinded by lust and forcefully take their nephew's woman. This would inevitably lead to trouble. On the Mongolian side, there was no lack of beauties among the concubines. The most beautiful were Gueyo's wife, Hailyoi, and Menk's wife, Yelun. Their husbands had died and they had been separated for a long time. Who knew how many men in the city coveted them? Logically speaking, Temujin only needed to issue an edict to summon them into the palace, and it would be a piece of cake for him to do whatever he wanted. But he had never thought of doing so because he was worried that it would cause internal instability in the royal family. There was also Princess Xiao Min of the Ruyang Palace, who was known as the #1 beauty in Mongolia. When the Prince of Ruyang was still alive, it was one thing, but now that he was dead, the Khan did not touch her. As his confidant, of course, he understood that Temujin had considered the whole situation. Although the Prince of Ruyang was dead, there were still many forces in his faction. In addition, there were also many tribal kings who sympathized with the Prince of Ruyang's innocent death. It was easy to touch her, but it was very likely that the conflict between the two sides would be completely ignited, which would not be good for the stability of the country. Therefore, from beginning to end, he could actually resist touching that beautiful girl. It's a pity that during the marriage selection in Western Xia, the people of Destiny sect did not succeed in getting rid of the people of Peerless City. The people of Peerless City have always been assisting Galdan, so they are not easy to deal with. Temujin's tone was full of regret. Last time, with the help of the marriage selection in Western Xia, he had sent several people to deal with Galdan, Peerless City, Khwarezm, and Western Xia. Originally, he had planned to use experts to eliminate the elites of Dzungar and Khwarezm, and then Su Lai would become the emperor's son-in-law and successfully enter Western Xia. Then, the western region would be settled without bloodshed. But a mysterious person had appeared, and all of this had become a bubble. Thinking of the Grand Master of Goryeo, Kai Lin, Temujin felt a burst of anger. You have ruined my plans. In the future, after I suck you dry, I will definitely use your skull to make a chamber pot. Previously, he had sent Yagu to lead a group of people to exert pressure on Goryeo. He did not know how the battle was going. His father, Heezer, had died a few days ago. If the news reached the front lines, he was afraid that it would shake the morale of the army. While he was pondering, Basiba had already laughed. Great Khan, there is no need to worry about the matter of Peerless City. The Crown Prince of Peerless City, Duguming, is on good terms with Su Wang. Because of this matter, he has publicly supported Su Wang. I am afraid that the two sides have already broken off relations. Temujin did not expect that there would be such an idiot in the world. He could not help but be overjoyed. The heavens are really helping me. Pass down my order. In a few days, we will mobilize our troops to attack Galdan. On the other side, Song Qingshu was in Si Lost's room refining extremely pure Yuanin Qi. Whether it was Princess Yaluan or Si Lost, their natural endowments were extraordinary. After living alone for so many years, the Yuanin Qi in their bodies was not inferior to that of a young girl. More importantly, the two women seemed to have some natural elements that complemented each other. One was of the ice and the other was of the fire. Under the combination of water and fire, it unexpectedly nourished and repaired the foundation that Song Qingshu had damaged in the previous battle. Si Lost's slender fingertips gently slid across the man's firm cheek. She said somewhat lazily, "Why do I feel that you are not paying attention?" Chapter 2450. Song Qingshu was infuriated by her words. Now that he had completed a full cycle of cultivation, he no longer had to keep his cool. He smiled and said, "Your Highness is truly a meticulous person. Allow me to apologize to you." Hai Wanli let out a cry of surprise and giggled. Her snow-white arms gently wrapped around his neck, and her eyes were so seductive that they were about to seep out. Generally speaking, Song Qingshu wouldn't use his joyful zhenqi on his confidants, but this dangerous woman in front of him couldn't be considered a confidant. It was more appropriate to describe her as a temporary strategic ally. There was no need for him to take pity on her. In addition, the foundation of their alliance was still a little weak, so he had to use some method. Although Hai Wanli was usually seductive, in reality, she was no different from a blank sheet of paper. She had never seen such a scene before, and she quickly fell for it. After an unknown amount of time, Hai Wanli rested her head on her hand and lay on her side. She gently brushed her hair across Song Qingshu's face. "Do you usually torture that Princess Xiaomin like this?" Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. "Are you trying to find out about our relationship? Hurry up and tell me." Hai Wanli actually used a coquettish tone. Even she was startled. She had used many methods in her daily life, but she had never pretended to be young before. Think about it from another perspective. You wouldn't want me to talk about you when I'm with someone else, right? Song Qingshu was indifferent. Hai Wanli pursed her lips. "I don't mind you talking about it." "Really?" Song Qingshu looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. Right now, there was still a lingering flush on her face, and her skin was as beautiful and alluring as a rose. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Hai Wanli's face heated up. Her identity meant that this matter couldn't be known by others. She could only snort. I think you're the one who can't bear to torture a girl like that. Thinking back to what had happened just now, even someone as daring as her couldn't imagine it at all. Song Qingshu clearly didn't want to continue this topic. He reached out and pulled her into his arms. By the way, what's your next plan? Is there anything I can help you with? What happened just now was just an auxiliary method. As an ally, the most important thing was to look at benefits. Otherwise, it was destined to not last long. Hai Wansheng chuckled. The one I want to get rid of the most is Nualuhetani. Why don't you help me kill her? Do you think that I'm an idiot? She has plenty of elites around her, and she's constantly together with evil King Shizhishuan. Do you think that I'll go and kill myself? Song Qingshu rejected it outright. The last time he and Naya went to the Tuale Palace, they clearly felt that there were many hidden masters in the palace. Zhao Min had mentioned before that Tuluhetini was not a simple woman. Back then, she was an orphan and a widow, but she managed to transfer the imperial family over. Rumor had it that she controlled a shadow government. Princess Euron had confirmed this fact. Back then, the shadow government had been run by Lutini and Brother Mungo. Unfortunately, after Brother Mungo died, many people in the organization abandoned Euron and disappeared without a trace. There was reason to believe that these people had all been taken in by Nualuhetani. Although she had kept a low profile over the years, it was more likely that she had deliberately hidden her sharp fangs. You're a great grandmaster, and you're afraid of Shizhishuan? Hai Wansheng was suddenly a little displeased. Song Qingshu smiled. I'm not injured. Last time, I escaped from the 3 great grandmasters. How can I not pay a heavy price? Hai Wansheng looked suspicious. But when you humiliated me just now, I couldn't tell that you were injured at all. Song Qingshu was speechless. You call that humiliating? Hai Wansheng blushed. Don't you know what you were like just now? Seeing that he was speechless, she could not help but laugh. By the way, don't just ask me. Tell me your plan too. You've been in Helen City for a long time. You can't be here to sightsee, right? Why don't you guess? Some things could not be told in full, let alone this kind of temporary relationship. Hai Wansheng stared at his face and suddenly said, You're not thinking of assassinating the Khan, are you? Song Qingshu did not deny it. So what if I am and what if I'm not? Could it be that princess can lend me a helping hand? I can't help you with that. Hai Wansheng shook his head like a rattled drum. But you don't have to worry that I'll report you. I don't care whether the Khan lives or dies. For me, I just want to take back what belongs to me. Song Qingshu was slightly puzzled. From what I know, you don't have any children. Even if the imperial line returns to the Wokutai line, in the end, another prince will ascend to the throne. What good will that do for you? Hai Wansheng remembered that her husband, Guiyu, liked to drink, and his health had long been ruined. They had been married for many years, but they still had no children. I don't care, as long as he's not in the hands of the Thor line. She instigated that bitch Lahedni to murder Guiyu and eunuch Gong. I must take revenge. My lady is truly a heroine. I really admire her determination to avenge her husband. Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a bit solemn. Although she looked gentle and charming, she was fierce and unyielding. Compared to Empress Yi Sui in the palace, who served her husband's murderer, she was much better. But if she and the Thor line were like fire and water, and if she knew about his relationship with Princess Yaluan, just thinking about that situation gave him a headache. Hypocritical. Hai Wansheng muttered and changed his sleeping position. After tossing and turning for most of the night, he was very tired. Just now, he had been forcing himself to stay awake. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of her, he quickly fell asleep. The next day, when Song Qingshu went to work in the guise of Shueiyue, he learned of Temujin's intention to send troops. After a brief shock, he felt relieved. This day would come sooner or later. The biggest problem now was how to inform them in advance. It was a pity that Li Macho had returned to Jiangnan first, otherwise she would have been able to send a message. After spending most of the day working, Song Qingshu hurried to Zhao Min's manor. With the help of Princess Yaluan and Hai Wanxing, his injuries were almost healed, and he could just about sneak in. But he didn't let his guard down. He disguised himself as a guard of the manor and snuck in. When he arrived, Zhao Min was obviously pleasantly surprised. "Your injuries have healed?" After not seeing her for a few days, she seemed to have lost a lot of weight. But she was still the most beautiful rose in Mabe. Song Qingshu nodded and explained the purpose of his visit. Who knew that Zhao Min would say sourly, "Your injuries have healed. You don't know how many girls you've harmed." Song Qingshu was speechless. He didn't expect her to care about this at this time. After a moment of hesitation, he told her about his relationship with Yaluan and Hai Wanxing. At the very least, he wanted to give her some information to avoid some internal friction. That wouldn't be worth it. For a schemer, the slightest accident could ruin the whole plan. Zhao Min was stunned. "These two women are like fire and water, and you slept with both of them?" Song Qingshu was also a little embarrassed. "It was just an accident, an accident." Zhao Min originally wanted to say something more, but when she remembered that her relationship with Zhou Zhiruo wasn't any better, she couldn't help but snort angrily. "You bastard, even a breeding pig isn't as exaggerated as you." Chapter 2451. Song Qingshu looked embarrassed. He had really been a bit too much of a bastard. For a moment, he had no face to defend himself. Zhao Min vented for a while, and then she calmed down a little. "But thinking about it, it's not entirely a bad thing." Song Qingshu. He even suspected that the other party was deliberately being sarcastic and setting a trap for him to jump into. Zhao Min rolled her eyes at him, and then explained, "Although the power of Prince Guyu and Prince Mink's mansion is not what it used to be, they were once the heir of the Great Khan. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. If we have their help, it will be much easier to control the situation in Mongolia in the future." Song Qingshu secretly admired her. After a short period of anger, she could calmly weigh the pros and cons. She was indeed a smart person. But why did he feel a little disappointed? "What's wrong with you?" Zhao Min noticed his strange expression. Song Qingshu looked aggrieved. "I always feel that you don't care about me very much. Even when I made such a mistake, you are not as jealous as I thought." Zhao Min was so angry that she laughed. "You have taken advantage of me. Can't I be a little more generous? Do you want me to scold you? You are a bitch." Song Qingshu smiled and hugged her. "I feel much more at ease with you like this." Zhao Min twisted her body, but he hugged her tightly. She couldn't push him away. She could only roll her eyes. "Let's get down to business. Can you make those two women fall in love with you?" Song Qingshu shook his head. "They are very assertive people, and they have been in high positions for many years. They are not like ordinary girls who will do anything for love." Zhao Min looked disdainful. "You are really regressing. Didn't you use the Huan genuine qi on them?" Song Qingshu gasped. This woman was really ruthless when she wanted to be. She would use all kinds of means. Zhao Min snorted. "No matter what you do, you'd better make them more obedient these days. It will be good for the future." "I'm afraid we don't have time." Song Qingshu continued to tell them about Temujin's upcoming expedition. His current status in the Shuiwei clan was that of an expert guest of the Great Khan. With the accidental deaths of Li Qimei, Red Sun, and Naya, he would have more and more opportunities. This time, he would definitely go with the army. "Do you have anyone you can use? Send them to inform Galdan and have them get ready." Song Qingshu was a little anxious. Zhao Min looked at him with a strange expression. "Why inform Galdan?" "Of course it's to inform them to take precautions in advance, Song Qingshu said, puzzled. Zhao Min shook her head. From what you just described, the internal conflicts in Zungar are already irreconcilable, and a split is inevitable. Even if we remind them, they won't be able to change the situation. Of course, that's not the main point. The main point is, what do you want? Song Qingshu was stunned. What do I want? That's right. Zhao Min's expression became serious. If you want to maintain the status quo and let the countries continue to fight like this, then there is indeed a need to inform Galdan and let him hold on for a while longer. But if your ambition is to unify the world, then there is no need to inform them. You can use the Mongolians to wipe out these separatist forces so that you don't have to deal with them in the future. Song Qingshu frowned and said, but this way, Mongolia will become more and more powerful. If I continue to sit back and do nothing, won't I repeat the mistakes of Qi in the past? When the Qin destroyed the 6 states, Qi had been watching from the sidelines. In the end, it was shocked to find that it was the only one left, and the only thing waiting for it was to surrender. Thinking that it had also been conferred the title of King of Qi, it felt somewhat inauspicious. No, Zhao Min explained, every time after the Great Chaotic Era, because too many forces were destroyed, the internal situation was bound to be unstable. When the Qin kingdom and the Sui dynasty ended hundreds of years of chaos, they only lasted for a dozen years before they perished. Later on, the Han dynasty and the Tang dynasty reaped the benefit. You can also let Mongolia play the role of the Qin kingdom and the Sui dynasty. Song Qingshu sighed. But I'm afraid that if we are not careful, things will go wrong. Zhao Min rolled her eyes at him. It's not like you don't know how chaotic the Mongolian internal situation is right now. Moreover, you have me, Sea Lost, Yalun, and other allies. I think the situation is very good. Could it be that you want me to replace Temujin? Song Qingshu asked. Zhao Min shook her head slightly. Unless you plan to stay behind the scenes. If you want to go to the front, you naturally can't use the previous method of disguise. This is also a problem that has been troubling me for a long time. Song Qingshu scratched his head. Over the years, his influence in various countries was actually not small, but basically all of it could not see the light of day, which made him extremely vexed. I have also been thinking about this problem for you. Zhao Min walked over to the table and poured 2 cups of tea. She gestured for him to sit down and talk. Fortunately, I have been under house arrest for this period of time, so I have plenty of time and energy to think about this problem. She paused for a moment, then continued, in my opinion, there are 2 ways. Song Qingshu also perked up. I'd like to hear the details. Zhao Min replied. The first, which I think is the best, is to use the power of the Mongols to sweep through the divided world. Then, you can take advantage of the time when they have not completely digested the power of the various regions. With us as spies, and with the help of those who hate the Mongols, you can overthrow the Mongols and establish a new dynasty. This way, even in history, there is no one who has been more righteous than you. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Of all the emperors of China, no one was more righteous than Zhu Yuanzhang. First, he came from a humble background, and second, he drove out the Tartars and restored China. If he followed Zhao Min's suggestion, he might really be able to emulate him. What about the second? The second is to learn from Cao Cao, Sima Yi, Yang Jian, and Zhao Kuangyin. Take advantage of the crisis of the Mongols' invasion, and when the countries have no choice but to rely on you, step by step, become the most powerful officials. Then, when the time is right, usurp their country. Zhao Min replied. Song Qingshu frowned when he heard this. I'm a man of indomitable spirit. How can I learn from Cao Cao and Sima Zhongda to bully orphans and widows? Zhao Min immediately rolled her eyes. Haven't you bullied many orphans and widows over the years? Let's not talk about the distant ones. What about Yalun and Haiwang? Song Qingshu choked on his tea, and the momentum he had just accumulated immediately dissipated. After a long time, Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, "After thinking about it, although the first option is good for me personally, it is destined to bring misery to the people. I don't know how many families will be destroyed, and how many cities will be empty. I'll choose the second option. Based on the brutal acts of the Mongols in history, it would be good if half of the country's population could survive." Zhao Min frowned. "But if it's the second option, I'm afraid your reputation in the future will not be any better than Cao Cao and Sima Yi." Song Qingshu smiled. "Although it sounds a little pretentious and hypocritical, compared to the safety of the people of the world, my reputation is nothing." Zhao Min sighed. "You really are too soft-hearted. But I also guessed that you would most likely choose the second option. Fine, I hope you don't forget your original intentions." Song Qingshu and Zhao Min continued their discussion for a long time. After leaving the Ryong Palace, he went to the hidden sentries that Zhao Min had set up in Helen City. Although there was no need to notify Galdan, there was still a need to notify Western Xia. According to Zhao Min's analysis, Temujin would certainly send troops to Western Xia at the same time to restrain them and support Galdan. At night, he went to Haiwang and received the latest military intelligence. The Mongols were preparing to send out their armies in 3 days. "I've been writing this book for 6 years now, and it's about time for it to be finished. I've previously said on the official account that it would be finished in 1 or 2 months. After hearing this news, quite a few readers have come to chat with me. You can add me on the official account, Monk Lu Ru, to understand the latest news about the end of this book and the new book. In the future, there may be some side articles that will be posted on this page, so don't think too much about it. In the past few days, the official account has been asking readers for the plot or language that left the deepest impression in the book. Everyone is welcome to contribute and watch." Chapter 2452. Unlike Princess Yaluan, Hai Wanli was determined to take revenge. She had planted spies everywhere in the court, so she was the first one to get the military information. "How many armies?" Song Qing was surprised. Hai Shen nodded. "There should be several routes to attack the Western Xia, and several routes to attack the Jin Kingdom. These routes should be used to restrain the Jin Kingdom. The main force is to attack Galdan, but the commander of each army and the specific attack location have not been determined yet." It's already rare for Princess Yaluan to get such detailed information. Song Qingshu gave her a thumbs up. Zhao Min's prediction was right. Fortunately, she had sent someone to inform Western Xia in advance. As for the Jin Kingdom, there was no need to worry. The Jin Kingdom was stronger than the Jin Kingdom, and the training of the loyal army was very effective. Hai Wanli sighed. "It's a pity that we have to separate again after only 2 days." She knew that the Shueiyue sect was going to the battlefield. Song Qingshu pulled her into his arms. "Don't worry. I will come back alive to see you." At the same time, he inwardly sighed at the other party's astoundingly voluptuous body. She was truly a top-grade stunner. Anyone who saw her couldn't help but think of a bed. No wonder the shadow assassin was always at her side. However, Hai Wanli's expression changed when she heard his words. She quickly covered his mouth and said, "Don't say that. Guiyu said the same thing to me before he left for the war, and then he never came back." Song Qingshu didn't think that Hai Wanli had fallen in love with him. Instead, he guessed that she must have recalled what happened in the past and couldn't control her emotions at the moment. "Don't worry. Good people don't live long, but bad people live for thousands of years. A bad guy like me won't die so easily." Song Qingshu put her on the table. How could Hai Wanli not know what he wanted to do? Even though she was a mature woman, she had never experienced such audacity before. She subconsciously wanted to refuse, but in her heart she faintly looked forward to it. While she was hesitating, The other party had already stuck close to her. With a blush on her cheeks, Hai Wansheng smiled charmingly and tightly hugged the man on top of her. By the way, are you allied with the Tongtian shaman? Song Qinshu couldn't help but suspect that during this period of time, many of the important people around Temujin had been killed one by one with the help of these two. Why did you suddenly choose another man ahead of time? Hai Wanli gave him a resentful look, but still replied, I can only say that we both guessed each other's purpose, so sometimes we try to cooperate with each other, but there is no formal alliance. Isn't he dead? What are you doing? Why did you suddenly mention him? Song Qinshu said in a low voice, the key is that he's probably not dead. He explained his suspicions and conjectures. Hai Wanli was startled. According to what you said, it really is possible. I don't know where he is hiding now, it's strange. That's why I'm reminding you to be careful in the future, lest you fall into his trap. Song Qinshu reminded her. He had mentioned this to Zhao Min before, but Zhao Min didn't really care. The Ruyang Palace was now even more heavily guarded than the Imperial Palace. If the venerated Ming were to come, then everything they had done before would be for nothing. On the other hand, Hai Wanli and Yaluan still needed to be on guard. Song Qinshu thought for a moment and said, You should bring Yang Xuyan with you when you go out. Also, arrange for a few more experts to protect you. Hai Wanli bit her lip. After being like this with you, I suddenly don't know how to face Yang Xuyan anymore. I can't help but feel like I'm letting him down. I didn't expect you to care about him so much, Song Qinshu said gloomily. What, are you jealous? Hai Wanli giggled. Don't worry. Even a dog would feel a little reluctant to part with it after being with it for a long time, let alone a human. Even though I was a little unrestrained before, I knew that I was just putting on a show. I didn't really plan on letting anyone take advantage of me. Who knew that I would run into such an unreasonable person like you? You directly did that to me. I don't even know how I should treat other people now. So you're saying that Yang Xuyan and the others are too gentlemanly? Song Qinshu said with a smile. Puh. You're the one who's too much of a jerk, Hai Wanli scolded with a smile. But you clearly didn't reject him back then, and your body. Song Qinshu moved closer to her ear and whispered. Hai Wanli couldn't help but feel her heart beat faster when she thought of the absurdity and boldness in the palanquin that night in the palace. Her eyes were like silk, and soon, she was like a bolt of lightning that ignited the flames of the earth. Later the next day, Song Qinshu went to the Mongol palace again. Ho Shibai was comforting Princess Yaluan with music. Under the guidance of Zhao Min and Xin Bijuan, Song Qinshu knew a thing or two about music. When he heard Ho Shibai's skill with the flute, he couldn't help but praise him inwardly. Ho Shibai was indeed a great talent. Unfortunately, Princess Yaluan's expression didn't change. It was obvious that she was faking a warm smile as a polite response. Ho Shibai sighed inwardly, chatted with her for a while, and then left. Princess Yaluan didn't ask him to stay. She walked to the window alone, and there seemed to be a trace of unresolved worry on her face. Ho Shibai played so hard just now, but he still couldn't make you happy. Suddenly, a person hung upside down from the window and looked at her with a smile. Princess Yaluan was startled and subconsciously cried out. But when she saw the person's face, she covered her mouth in time. Why are you here? Princess Yaluan's face showed a trace of joy at first, but she quickly put on a straight face and turned to walk inside. Song Qinshu jumped in through the window and said, Your Highness is so heartless. Don't you welcome me at all? Princess Yaluan sneered and said, A bastard like you is not welcome anywhere. Song Qinshu knew that she was still a little angry at him. That time, he had indeed gone too far. She had always been a dignified and reserved person, so she couldn't accept it for a while. Compared to him, See Lost was much bolder. He didn't even mind talking about. Ahem, I digress. I'm here this time to say goodbye to you. You're leaving? Princess Yaluan was finally moved. She turned around and looked at him in surprise. Yes. Song Qingshu sighed and said, I've been here for so long. It's time to go. Princess Yaluan bit her lip and finally snorted. If you want to go, then go. Why are you telling me? Song Qingshu opened his arms and said, Can you give me one last hug before you go? Princess Yaluan hesitated for a long time, but still walked over and gave him a gentle hug. Okay, you can. Before she could finish, she was kissed by him. Her eyes opened wide and she instinctively wanted to push him away. But the familiar smell made her weaker and weaker. Finally, she slowly closed her eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Princess Yaluan, dressed in a white silk undershirt, sat in front of the bronze mirror and preened. Looking at her still blushing face, she couldn't help but spit on the ground. You're really the devil in my life. Song Qingshu stood behind her and combed her hair. He smiled gently and said, Yaluan, you're really beautiful. Hearing his compliments, Yaluan's lips curled up slightly, but she was too embarrassed to show it. Song Qingshu continued, Remember what I said just now. In the future, strengthen your defense. The Tongtian shaman is probably not dead. But don't tell anyone else about this, or it will be bad for me. Got it. Princess Yaluan agreed without hesitation. If her husband was still alive, she might have been worried. But now that he was gone, no matter what the Tongtian shaman did, it had nothing to do with her. Just like that, he spent 3 days with Sea Lost and Yaluan. Finally, he and Temujin embarked on their journey south. Chapter 2453. Temujin ordered Boru to lead an army to attack from the northeast of Shixia. They would cross the Yin mountain range and attack Wula High City in the Hutao Plain. The Yellow River was full of dangers, but the Hutao Plain was known as Jiangnan. This area was extremely fertile and could be said to be the granary of Shixia and a heavily taxed area. Wula High City bordered the Yin mountain range to the north and the Yellow River to the south. It was the gateway to the northeast of Shixia. If they lost it, the Mongolian army could march straight down and threaten Xingqing Prefecture in the Helan mountain range to the south. Boru was the son of Mawali. After his father's death, he inherited his father's title and army. He had made countless contributions and could be considered a famous general. Song Qingshu regretted this news. If he had known this would happen, he would have gotten rid of him when he rescued Jin Bingyun from his house. Now he could only hope that Shixia had been notified in advance and could make preparations. Temujin sent Kublai to lead another army to attack Xixia's western gateway, the Sand Island. That Sand Island would become Dunhuang in the future and was an important link between Xixia and the western regions. If they lost it, the Mongolian army would be able to advance eastward and attack Jiuquan, Zhangye, Wuwei, and finally Xingqing Prefecture. Hearing this news, Song Qingshu's mood was somewhat heavy. Temujin's arrangement was said to be a feint, but if the two armies were to actually tear open a gap, the feint might actually turn into a war that would wipe out the entire country. It seemed that Temujin was also planning to first destroy Galdan, and then conquer western Xia. After analyzing this, he sent people to inform all the countries in the Central Plains that he needed them to mobilize their forces. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for Xixia alone to stop the Mongolian army. Although there were many countries in the Central Plains, only the Jin and the southern Song could support Xixia. Although Liao was related to Xixia by marriage, he was also in an alliance with the Mongols. Even if he saved Xixia, there was nothing he could do. The Jin and Xixia had been allies for decades, so it would not be a problem for them to send troops. On the other hand, the southern Song had been at war with Xixia since the founding of the country. This war had been going on for hundreds of years, so they might not be able to send troops. Fortunately, he had become the prince consort of Xixia under the identity of Jiabu. With this relationship, it would be easier for Yingying to operate in Linnan. Originally, Sichuan was under his control and sending troops was not a problem. However, he was worried that the southern Song dynasty would send troops into Sichuan as soon as Sichuan sent troops. After all, according to the character of the Song dynasty, it was more important to deal with foreign affairs than domestic affairs. Therefore, he needed Ying to handle the relationship in Lin. Although Qing was far away, the Mongols had sent 2 teams of 10,000 soldiers to attack Korea. And they would definitely pass the Qing territory. This could be Mongolia could use Jin as they could Jin army. And could Chu. Jin's army. And Shan's. By Jin's. Jin would Jin. By Xia. Jin's dynasty Jin. By Jin. Song Qingshu had met Wuliang Hutai before in Helen City and knew that he was the son of the famous General Subutai. In history, he and Kublai had traveled a long distance to conquer Dali. She had thought that he had a good relationship with Kublai, but when she chatted with Yaluan, she found out that Wuliang Hutai was Brother Meng's trusted aide in the past. He was also very respectful towards her, so Kublai might not really trust him. Song Qingshu was deep in thought. He wanted to see if he could use his relationship with Princess Yaluan to control him in the future. In addition, Temujin sent Su Liegu to lead a large army westward to completely wipe out the remaining forces of Kalazam. For this, Song Qingshu could only mourn for Zalandin. Although Zalandin was indomitable, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Su Liegu was not mediocre in terms of martial arts or intelligence. This time, Horazm's forces would probably be completely destroyed. He wondered if Madame Zhen in Xingqing Manor would be sad when she heard this news. But a wise woman like her must have known that sooner or later there would be such a day. Oh my God! Song Qingshu himself followed Temujin's main force to the Dzungar Khaganate. Together with him were Ali Buj and his subordinate. Song Qingshu could not help but speculate about this. The Mongols had a custom of having the youngest son guard his property. It seemed that Temujin liked this grandson very much. Previously, when Song Qingshu was being beaten back by the Manchurian Qing in the northeast, Temujin swapped him with the Prince of Ruyang. Prince of Ruyang went to the Manchurian Qing, while he dealt with the scattered soldiers of the western regions. Who would have thought that after so many years, the various powers of the western regions would grow stronger and stronger? Many people in the court were critical of this, and Kublai's faction even used this to attack Temujin. This time, Temujin personally led the expedition. It could be said that he was determined to win. By bringing Ali Buj with him, it was obvious that Temujin was giving him military achievements. When they set up camp that night, while Song Qingshu was meditating, a graceful figure entered his tent. Song Qingshu did not open his eyes. Instead, he said calmly, "In the future, Chief Dan should come to my tent less often." Otherwise, in the eyes of some people, Chief Dan, who has always regarded all men as nothing, will definitely be suspicious of the ugly Shuiwe clan. Dan Yuru knelt in front of him and giggled. "Don't worry, young master. Although my kung fu is not very good, unless a grandmaster personally follows me, I will definitely be discovered." Song Qingshu knew that what she said was true. Although she was better at seduction, she was still a grandmaster. It would not be that easy to follow her. Don't be too careless. Although Temujin won't go as far as to follow you, there is still Meng Qihang in the camp. If he discovers you, it will be troublesome. This time, Pang Ban did not come with them. He stayed in Helen City to recover from his injuries, and also to guard the rear to deter any disobedient people. Temujin kept Meng Qihang by his side just in case. Of course, not many people knew of his existence. The Devil Master is still alive? Dan Yuru was surprised. As a member of the Devil sect, she naturally knew of Meng Qihang's reputation. So you must not be careless. Song Qingshu opened his eyes and was surprised. The woman sitting in front of him was dressed very simply. There was no trace of makeup on her face, and her long black hair naturally draped over her shoulders. She did not look at all like a seductive master of a devil sect, but more like a virtuous wife at home. Noticing the surprise in his eyes, Dan Yuru's lips curled up slightly. She was obviously a little proud. After spending some time together, she had gradually figured out his preferences, so she decisively abandoned the pure and innocent demeanor of being seen through by him. "That's right, young master, I'm afraid you must prepare in advance, or else your infatuated little lover will be in danger." Little lover? Song Qingshu did not react for a moment. The princess of the House of Dual Cultivators. Dan Yuru was responsible for killing the people from the House of Dual Cultivators in Peerless City. She saw with her own eyes that he saved Gu Zixian and the others, so she naturally knew the relationship between the two. According to the information we just received, because Du Gumming publicly supported Su Wang, Galdan became angry out of humiliation. He is now leading an army to besiege Peerless City. They are killing each other. When the Mongolian army arrives, they will naturally collapse. How can Peerless City defend against the Khan's personal army? The Princess of Dual Cultivators and Princess Fragrance, one in the south and one in the north, can be said to be the most beautiful women in the western region. Which man on the grasslands does not know of them? I believe you also know the Khan's habits. After Qingpo arrives, he will probably favor her, so young master must plan ahead. Chapter 2454. Song Qingshu frowned. He was also worried about this problem. If Peerless City fell, with Temujin's habit of raping the wives and daughters of his enemies, Gu Zixian would be in real danger. Should he rescue her before that happened? But there was also the risk of being exposed. Dan Yuru looked at his expression and said, "Young master, I have an idea." Song Qingshu was surprised. "What is it?" "We can make Peerless City surrender," Dan Yuru replied. "In addition, we can make the princess appear as the fiancée of the young master of Peerless City. That way, Temujin won't touch her again." Surrender? Song Qingshu fell into deep thought. The history books did mention that the Mongols were cruel when they massacred cities, but they rarely mentioned that the Mongols were kind to those who surrendered. The cities they massacred were usually those who resisted from beginning to end and caused the Mongols many losses. In a sense, the Mongols' massacre was a tactic. When other people saw that those who surrendered would still be rich and powerful, and those who resisted would not be spared. Reality proved that this method was very effective. Many places in history surrendered at the sight of the Mongols. Even if the defending generals were unwilling to surrender, they would still be forced to surrender by their subordinates or the local people. Seeing his silence, Dan Yuru quickly said, "Young master, you may not know Temujin well. I have been in the Mongols for so many years that I know his habit. He would never bully the wives and daughters of his subordinates, and he would not touch the women of those who surrendered. He is worried that if he sets a bad precedent, no one will dare to surrender to him in the future." Song Qingshu nodded. He had heard about this before. It was not a bad idea to have Peerless City surrender on their own. The Mongolians had always been kind to those who surrendered. They would usually keep their positions and troops, and those who surrendered only needed to hand over their hostages to Helen City. This would not destroy the combat strength of their original faction, and it could also ensure that they would not easily betray them. In history, the Mongols only had about 100,000 soldiers, but the number of armies that swept through the world was more than 1,000,000. Most of the servant armies were recruited through this method. He was not too worried about Peerless City increasing the strength of the Mongols after they surrendered. At most, they could rebel when the time was right. In history, the leader of the Red Coat Army, Li Quan, suddenly rebelled and surrendered to the Song dynasty after they surrendered, causing a lot of trouble for the Mongols. In history, Li Quan could not do anything alone, but if he allowed the Mongols to flourish everywhere, how could he have the energy to suppress the rebellions everywhere? Dan Yuru noticed his expression and knew that he already had an idea, so she stopped talking about it. Young master, it's getting late. Aren't you going to rest? Song Qingshu answered, I'm circulating my internal energy. It might take a while. Dan Yuru exclaimed in admiration, no wonder you can become a great guru at such a young age. Your self-discipline and hard work are really unmatched by ordinary people. I'm not that hard-working. Song Qingshu blushed. Although he was hard-working, it was mainly because of the blissful Zen that he achieved his current level of cultivation. Dan Yuru, who was originally kneeling in front of him, suddenly got up and crawled in front of him. Young master, are you lonely? Do you want me to accompany you? Noticing her beautiful eyes and the moist luster on her red lips, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. However, he still declined, but I still need to circulate my internal energy to heal. He was not made of iron. These days, he had been running back and forth between Sea Lost and Princess Yaluan. Of the two women, one was as passionate as fire and the other was as gentle as water. Moreover, they were at the peak of their maturity. They could be described as two juicers. Even he was a little overwhelmed. Now that he was in the stage of a sage, his thoughts were more rational than usual. He was still not sure how much Dan Yuru truly loved him and how much was fake. Before figuring it out, he could not simply touch her. Hearing his answer, Dan Yuru was not too surprised. However, there was a hint of bitterness in her tone. Everyone says that young master is a playboy. Why do I feel that young master is more of a gentleman than Lu Shihui? Song Qingshu said in a low voice, it's not easy for you to cultivate your martial arts. For thousands of years, you are the only one in the demonic gate who has mastered the art of seduction. If you lose your virginity, it will definitely affect your cultivation. Moreover, it would be easy for the people in the demonic gate to notice the change in her. If they suspected his identity, it would affect the overall situation. Dan Yuru's eyes lit up. So young master is worried about me. Like a beautiful snake, she climbed up his body and whispered in his ear, young master, you don't have to worry about this. In fact, there are ways to play without losing your virginity. Song Qingshu was stunned. Before he could react, he saw Dan Yuru smiling at him charmingly. She lowered her head and moved closer to his lower abdomen. Song Qingshu gasped. What did she just say? The stage of a sage? That was impossible. In the face of a peerless beauty who had mastered the demon sex charm arts for 1,000 years, even a eunuch would be able to rejuvenate you, let alone a normal man. After a night of rest, the next morning, Temujin suddenly ordered the entire army to march day and night towards Peerless City. Song Qingshu finally experienced the power of the Mongolian army's blitzkrieg tactic. Although he had seen the Mongolian army in Gaochang, he had not traveled day and night like this. Every Mongolian soldier had 3 to 4 horses to take turns riding. They did not stop even when it was mealtime. They ate the dried meat they brought with them, drank horse milk wine, or drank water. Even if they ran into a large river, it would not stop them at all. Every Mongolian soldier had a large water pouch sewn from animal skin. When they filled the pouch with water and filled it with air, it would become a lifebuoy. They would swim across the river and then refill it with water to replenish their supplies. This kind of marching speed completely outpaced the armies of the Central Plains. On the 3rd day, they appeared outside of Peerless City. Galdan had clearly miscalculated. He had received news of the Mongolian army, but he thought that it would take at least 7 or 8 days for them to gather here. By that time, he would have either taken down Peerless City or made a new agreement with them to turn back and deal with the Mongolian army. Otherwise, he would have been able to temporarily avoid them. But the Mongolian cavalry descended from the sky and suddenly appeared outside the city. In an instant, they were caught in a pincer attack from both inside and outside. Zunger's army quickly fell into a state of panic, but Galdan was also a formidable character. After a short moment of shock, he came to his senses. He deduced that the Mongolian army must have traveled a long distance to appear here so quickly. At most, they only had a few % of their fighting strength left. Have everyone change formation. Aim the cannons and guns at the east. Prepare to fight the Mongolians. He waved his whip and said in an unquestionable tone, Great Khan, if Peerless City's army rushes out and attacks us from behind, we might all be wiped out. Some of the generals began to worry. Don't worry, it was just an internal conflict. The Mongolians are our common enemy. Peerless City will not be so unwise to attack us at this time. Galdan quickly waved the flag, and quickly changed the formation of the army. Song Qingshu secretly sighed. This Galdan was indeed a famous general. No wonder he could conquer such a large territory. But it was a little surprising that the enemy army was equipped with so many firearms. Chapter 2455. Seeing that Galdan's army was equipped with such a high rate of firearms, Song Qingshu was full of expectations for them. From his previous contact with them and subsequent intelligence, their firearms should be from the Ross Principality in the west. Other than the firewall, their army was also equipped with quite a few cannons, but they weren't the usual heavy cannons. Instead, they were small cannons tied to the humps of camels, which was why they were called camel cannons. The Mongolian army had been fighting in the west for so many years that they had naturally seen firearms before. In fact, they had some in their army, but they didn't bring them with them this time because they had to move quickly, and it was inconvenient to bring cannons with them. They only brought cannons when they couldn't take down a city after a long siege. However, compared to cannons, they preferred to use siege cannons. This was because siege cannons were large catapults, and they could usually be made with local materials, so it would not affect their mobility. The cannons in this era were too heavy, and even though they were more powerful than siege cannons, there was not much of a difference in quality. When considering mobility, the Mongols usually used siege cannons. As for muskets, while they were powerful at close range, their range was far inferior to bows and arrows. Adding on the fact that reloading was troublesome, the cavalry probably only had enough time to fire 1 or 2 volleys of muskets. The Mongolians, who grew up on horseback and excelled at archery, naturally didn't want to use muskets. With a wave of Temujin's command flag, the generals under his command spread out with the Chieshwe army and attacked Galdan's flanks, waiting for an opportunity to create a commotion and an opening. As long as there was a split second of opportunity, the Mongolian cavalry would tear open a hole like a shark and attack from that spot. It was easy to make mistakes on the battlefield, and with the Mongolian army's high mobility, it was easy for the enemy to collapse after a few rounds. However, Galdan was also a famous general of his generation. He methodically moved his troops, using muskets and camel cannons to deal with the flood of attack. The Mongolians' attacks were thwarted several times, so they changed their strategy and used the range advantage of bows and arrows to fire into the enemy's formation. Song Qingshu could not help but sigh when he saw bullets and arrows raining down on the battlefield. It was unknown how many soldiers were killed every moment. Even a great grandmaster could only protect himself in a head-on confrontation with thousands of soldiers and horses. As for the others, no matter how high their martial arts were, they would only be sending themselves to death if they went up. The difference in martial arts was how long they could last. Song Qingshu was suddenly puzzled. Although the Mongolian army was strong, they had been marching day and night for the past few days, and their fighting strength had been greatly reduced. Why would Temujin immediately send his army into battle, instead of letting them rest for a night and recover their strength to continue fighting? His doubts were quickly answered. Galdan commanded his subordinates to fight with the Mongolian army for several rounds without falling into a disadvantage, but suddenly, there was a commotion in the rear camp. This commotion gradually spread, and his entire formation felt like it was going to collapse at any moment. Song Qingshu's eyes were sharp. In the distance, he saw a group of men and horses appear behind them. Apart from some totems on the flags, there were also some words written on them. Unfortunately, he did not recognize the words, but judging from their clothing, they seemed to be similar to Galdan's subordinates. Not far away, Temujin laughed loudly. Su Wang has indeed arrived. Galdan's defeat is certain. Pass down my order, start the charge for the decisive battle. With that, he actually led the charge towards Galdan's camp. Seeing the Khan leading the charge, the morale of the Mongolian soldiers instantly increased 100 times. One by one, they waved their weapons and began to charge. Song Qingshu was among them and had no choice but to follow the flow and charge. Along the way, he secretly observed Temujin. Although he was a great grandmaster, he did not fight barehanded on the battlefield, nor did he use his blood sea and bones technique. Instead, he held a suladin in his hand and used it to pick off anyone who stood in his way. In Mongolian, suladin meant spear, and was the symbol of the Mongolian god of war. Suladin were usually black and white, and were called Kalasuladin and Shagansaludin respectively, meaning black and white. Black symbolized war and power, while white symbolized peace and authority. At this time, Temujin was wielding the black suladin as if he was wielding the scythe of the Grim Reaper. No one was a match for him. Galdan's army finally fell into chaos and began to collapse. From afar, Temujin saw Galdan's flag and couldn't help but yell, "Galdan, let's see where you can run to." Galdan was scared out of his wits. Although he was considered a master and the warriors under him were not weak, how could they compare to a great grandmaster like Temujin leading a group of top-notch masters? Unable to care about the army, he turned his horse around and fled. Where there's life, there's hope. Once he escaped, he would gather his subordinates and plan again. Temujin had obviously thought of this as well. Back then, Galdan had fled from the Naiman tribe like a stray dog, but in just a few years, he had managed to build up such a large force. This time, he obviously couldn't make the same mistake. Seeing that Galdan was about to be caught, a group of people suddenly charged out of Peerless City and headed straight for Temujin's position. Because the battlefield was too chaotic, and because Temujin was chasing Galdan too fiercely, he was a bit separated from the rest of the army. Of course, with his level of cultivation, he didn't care about such a small matter. In any case, Galdan was already like a stray dog. But now that the people of Peerless City had arrived, there was a new variable. The person at the front of Peerless City was incomparably brave. His two hands seemed to be made of iron, and when he swung them, they were like two giant hammers. Behind him was a group of youths dressed in white. Their sword formation was like a meat grinder, and the slightest approach would cause flesh and blood to fly. Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. These youths' sword formations were indeed not bad. If they could be widely used in the army in the future, wouldn't they be invincible? The experts under Ali Buj's command happened to be in that direction. In order to show their faces in front of the Khan, they all roared and charged forward. At the very front were old acquaintances, Night Owl Yang Lung and Soul Locking Taisui Dumo. Of the 4 experts of Heaven's Mandate sect, Danyuru was subdued by him during the Jade Owl Soul-Stealing battle. Soul-Stealing Hua Fu was killed by him during the siege of the Xixia Inn. Duma's hand was broken, and Yang Lung was seriously injured. Looking at their current appearance, could it be that after this period of rest, their injuries had already healed? Last time in Xixia you surrounded my Ming-er. I'll settle this debt with you too. The man at the front of Peerless City roared, and swung his arms at the 2 people. Yang Lung and Dumu both took out their weapons and rushed forward, but as soon as they came into contact, their weapons were broken and sent flying. Then, with each blow, the 2 of them were sent flying with blood spurting out of their mouths. Song Qingshu's eyes narrowed. Yang Lung and Dumu were obviously affected by the injuries they had suffered in Xixia, but no matter what, they were still close to the level of a grandmaster, and yet they were still no match for this man. His cultivation was already half a step into the level of a grandmaster. The invincible hand of the hegemon is indeed powerful, but, Temujin snorted coldly, Duguifang, Galdan attacked you and you still came to save him? Song Qinshu suddenly realized that this man was the Duke of Peerless City, Duguifang. This level of cultivation was indeed not bad. Duguifang laughed loudly. We only had a few misunderstandings with Galdan before. In the face of a common enemy, what happened in the past is nothing. It turned out that they had already received news of the Mongols' invasion and had already begun to discuss a truce and alliance. After all, they all understood the principle of mutual destruction. But they never imagined that Temujin's army would arrive at this time, leaving them no time to discuss the details. Temujin said coldly, I heard that Peerless City has a few secret techniques. Today, I will experience them one by one. Right at this moment, Meng Qihang, who was at his side, spurred his horse forward. Great Khan, you're injured, so leave him to me. Chapter 2456. Song Qinshu was instantly amused. This Meng Qihang was really honest, directly exposing Temujin's background. Sure enough, when Duguifang heard the news of Temujin's injury, his eyes lit up. This was a great opportunity. If he could kill or capture Temujin alive, then the entire power structure of the grasslands would be reshuffled. Temujin waved his hand, indicating that he would leave everything to Meng Qihang. Even though he didn't think this injury was a big deal, it was better to have someone else do it for him than to end up himself. Meng Qihang urged his horse forward slowly. Dressed in black, he was tall and mighty, as steady as a mountain. His skin was white, and at first glance, he looked like a statue of a god carved from crystal, a beauty that surpassed all living things in the world. Song Qinshu had to admit that he and Pang Ban, the master and disciple, were really flashy. Not just women, even men would think they were handsome. No wonder Jin Bingyun, who had been adopted by Pang Ban since childhood, couldn't help but fall in love with him. Therefore, even though she knew that he was using her as a magic medium, she couldn't bring herself to completely leave him. Duguifang noticed that his opponent's eyes were as blue as a deep lake, like two precious gems wrapped in the night sky. When not moving, they seemed lifeless, but when they flashed, they shone brighter than the brightest stars in the sky. His heart skipped a beat. Having lived in the West for many years, he knew that the people of the demon sect were good at using psychic energy to invade the enemy. Not daring to look at his opponent's eyes again, he roared and raised his aura to the maximum. Then, he leaped up and swung his two hammer-like arms at his opponent. Song Qinshu nodded to himself. The invincible hand of the hegemon was worthy of such a domineering name. The aura that erupted in that instant caused the nearby Mongolian warriors to retreat. However, Meng Qihang remained in place on his horse, with no intention of making a move. Duguifang secretly sneered. You're being a bit too arrogant. Even if you can withstand my invincible hand of the hegemon, your horse won't be able to. When the horse stumbles, you'll definitely lose your balance. Then, my invincible hand of the hegemon will be endless, enough to kill you. Duguifang's heart couldn't help but jump when he saw that his fist was only 3 feet away from him. However, the opposite party was still indifferent. Moreover, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Duguifang's heart couldn't help but jump. But, he had no choice but to throw a punch. Bang! A loud sound rang out, and Duguifang's eyes instantly widened. That was because he felt as if his fist had struck a transparent wall. It had to be known that he had originally planned for the peak of this punch to completely explode upon hitting Meng Qixing's body. But now, it had exploded midway. It had to be known that if one did not pay attention to the steps while walking normally, even a slight step would cause great discomfort to one's body, let alone a full-powered punch of his. The internal energy in his body shook so much that he almost vomited blood. However, he was a top-notch expert after all. His other hand was like an antelope hanging its horn, and he punched out again. Bang! There was another loud noise. From the side, Song Qingshu could clearly see that there was a layer of transparent energy wall 3 feet away from Meng Qixing. Only when Dugu Yifang's fist smashed on the energy wall could the traces be seen. His true qi is powerful to such an extent? Song Qingshu subconsciously compared this with the protective true qi of the sweeping monk. The sweeping monk also had a 3 feet thick energy wall. Back then, when Jiumaji sneak attacked him with the formless finger of disaster, the energy of the finger was automatically dissolved when it was 3 feet away from him. Even Xiao Feng's 18 dragon subduing palms had been dissolved a lot when it came into contact with his energy wall. However, he quickly noticed the difference between the two. Meng Qixing was not releasing his true qi, but more like a thin layer of barrier had appeared out of thin air. Song Qingshu remembered that Dan Yuru had mentioned to him that night that Meng Qixing cultivated the hidden wisdom book, which was good at transforming mental power into physical power. It seemed that this transparent light wall should have been formed by the materialization of his mental power. The people of the demon sect and the tantric sect were all good at mental power technique. This time in Mongolia, he had encountered countless mental power experts. In the future, he would really have to be very careful when facing them. Dugu Yifang was already prepared for the second punch, so it was not as uncomfortable as the first punch. He roared, and suddenly countless fist shadows appeared in front of him, bombarding the target from all directions. I don't believe that this stupid wall can block me. Song Qingshu's eyes were wide open. Pegasus Meteor Fist? The invincible hegemon hand was indeed amazing. He had seen Dugu Ming use it at the Shixian, but compared to this, it was like comparing a chicken to a phoenix. Unfortunately, Meng Qixing's body was always surrounded by various invisible light walls, and every time, he just happened to block the fist shadows from all directions. Seeing that his opponent did not even move a finger and had blocked his ultimate move, Dugu Yifang was a little scared and hurriedly retreated. At this time, he did not care about Galdan anymore. It must be known that Temujin was also a grandmaster. He had always been very conceited, and felt that his martial arts were not below Temujin's. Now, he found out that he could not even defeat a subordinate of his opponent. How could he not panic? Seeing that he was retreating, Meng Qixing finally moved. He directly waved his wide sleeves. The others were puzzled, thinking, "What are you waving your sleeves for when your opponent has already run away?" Only Song Qingshu could see it clearly. At their level of cultivation, most of the time they did not just rely on their eyes to see, but also on their senses. Using the mind's eye, he could clearly see 2 invisible wind blades slashing toward Dugu Yifang. Dugu Yifang was, after all, also a top expert. In that instant, he felt all the hair on his body stand up, and he hurriedly crossed his arms in front of his body. With a crisp sound, the armor on his arms was instantly torn apart, and his hands were also dripping with blood. Even so, he had still blocked it. But Dugu Yifang did not have time to be happy. Suddenly, another wind blade fell on his chest, and a cloud of blood exploded from his back. He looked down at the hole in his chest in disbelief, and then his whole body slumped to the ground. Meng Qixing did not stop. He disappeared from where he stood. When the others rubbed their eyes, they discovered that he had already appeared next to Galdan. The guards next to Galdan were shocked. One by one, they brandished their swords to save him, but they were all blocked by a transparent wall of light. Galdan also hurriedly pulled out the sword from his waist. Unfortunately, the sword was only half drawn when Meng Qixing grabbed his head, twisted it, and directly cut off his head. His deep voice resounded throughout the battlefield, "Galdan is dead. Those who surrender will not be killed." Galdan's army had already lost. Now that their commander was dead, and Meng Qixing was like a god, how could they still have the heart to resist? No one knew who started it, but countless weapons fell to the ground, and then the sound of countless weapons falling to the ground could be heard. Galdun's remaining soldiers all dismounted and surrendered. In the whole process, there were several times that Song Qinshu almost made a move, but in the end, the success rate was too low, so he gave up. Let's just follow the original plan. On the top of Peerless City's city wall, Duguming saw the situation and could not help but cry out. He was angry and scared, and he directly fainted, causing chaos on the city wall. Fortunately, a graceful figure came out and methodically arranged for the city gate to be closed, and the defense on the city wall to be strengthened. Only then was the situation barely stabilized. Song Qinshu saw this and secretly nodded. Madam Dual Cultivator is not a vase, but I'm afraid that the fate of Peerless City is not something she can change alone. Chapter 2457. Temujin sent his men to clean up the battlefield and gather up the surrendered soldiers from Galdun's army. Those who resisted were naturally killed on the spot. After that, he ordered his army to set up camp outside the city. After marching for so many days and fighting with Galdan, his soldiers were at their limit. As for Peerless City, it was just an isolated city and couldn't do much. Next, Temujin gathered his generals to discuss the matter of the surrender. This was a Mongolian custom. Whenever they arrived at a place, the first thing they did was not attack, but threaten and bribe to see if they could get someone to surrender. This would save a lot of trouble. In addition, they had encountered resistance in the past few years. They had massacred the city and treated those who surrendered well, so the results were usually very good. But this time, no one dared to volunteer to be the messenger. After all, there was a certain amount of danger involved. In the past few years, there had been quite a few stupid local lords who couldn't beat the Mongolian army, so they took out their anger on the Mongolian messengers and killed them in extremely cruel ways. Of course, the allies would retaliate afterward, but what did that have to do with the dead messengers? No matter how glorious the Mongolians were in the future, he was already dead. In addition, they had just killed the lord of their city, Duguifang. If they went in now, wouldn't they just be sending themselves to die? Meng Qihang and Ba Sibo were originally capable of protecting themselves in the city, but Meng Qihang was only responsible for Temujin's safety and didn't care about anything else. Ba Sibo was also the emperor's tutor, so he wasn't very suitable for this kind of thing. Someone as precious as Ali Buj wouldn't put himself in danger. Just as everyone was looking at each other, Song Qinshu stepped forward and said that he could go. Temujin was overjoyed and rewarded him generously. He then revealed some of the Mongolians' bottom line and told him to act according to the situation. The others knew that the Shueihua sect had messed up a few times before, so they were eager to make a contribution and were willing to take the risk. Dan Yuru had also offered to go with him, but Ali Buj had rejected him. The reason was that Dan Yuru had brought experts to ambush Peerless City in western Xia, and going now would have the opposite effect. In reality, he didn't want his subordinates to take the risk. After all, his subordinates were either dead or injured, and the remaining ones were all precious. Temujin, of course, agreed, so Song Qinshu took a few followers with him and went to Peerless City on his behalf. Next, Temujin met with Su Wang, Galdun's nephew. If he had not suddenly appeared on the flank of Galdun's camp with his men and attacked from both sides, it would not have been so easy to defeat Galdan. Song Qinshu looked at him a few more times. He looked quite spirited, but it was a pity that he might not be able to win the beauty's heart in the end. He had already received information that the women of Galdun's family had been captured by the surrendered soldiers and presented to Temujin. Temujin was overjoyed and ordered the two most beautiful women to be sent to his tent so that he could enjoy them later. One of them was Galdun's wife, Anu. The other was originally Su Wang's fiancée, but was forcefully taken by Galdan as a concubine. Because the two women were Galdan's wives in name, Su Wang didn't have any right to get them back. He had already boarded the boat, and there was no turning back now. How pitiful, his own mother and fiancée being taken by two men at the same time. Song Qingshu complained, but he quickly focused on his own matters. He brought a group of retainers to Peerless City. After explaining the purpose of their visit, Peerless City did not open the gates. Instead, they put down a few baskets from the top of the walls for them to sit in before pulling them up. It was obvious that they were worried that the Mongols would play some kind of trick and take advantage of the chaos to break through their gates. Originally, Song Qingshu could have just jumped up the wall, but he was worried that it would cause a reaction from the defending soldiers, so he obediently sat in the basket and was pulled up to the top of the wall. As soon as they landed, a large group of soldiers surrounded them and took away their weapons. Song Qingshu didn't care. It didn't make much difference whether he had a blade or not. Seeing how calm he was, the Mongolian warriors were all impressed and gradually relaxed. The group was brought to the governor's mansion, where all the high-ranking officials of Peerless City were gathered. Song Qingshu noticed that the wife and princess were both present. One was voluptuous and graceful, while the other was elegant and tall. What a pair of beautiful flowers! He felt a warmth in his heart. After so many days, they were still as beautiful as ever. However, at this moment, both Gu Ningqing and Gu Zixian had a layer of worry on their faces. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it wasn't convenient for him to reminisce with the two of them, so he told them the reason for his visit. As expected, the two of them, who had just lost their city lord, were furious at this moment, and when they heard what he said, they all cursed angrily. Among them, Duguming cursed the most and even wanted to draw his sword to kill him. However, he was immediately stopped by a few others. Clearly, they also knew that the Mongols valued the envoys the most. If the envoys were killed, it would be a massacre in the city. Song Qingshu knew that Dugu Yifang had just died. Even if there were people who wanted to surrender, they didn't dare to show it on the surface. It would be difficult to persuade them in front of so many people. After thinking for a while, he said, "Can I talk to the wife and princess alone?" The other people in the hall frowned. The wife and daughter looked at each other and said curiously, "We don't know each other, what is there to talk about?" Song Qingshu smiled. "That may not be true. I have some news that the wife and princess are interested in." As he said this, he purposely circulated his true qi. The other people didn't care, but the wife and princess were the most sensitive to his technique. Their hearts jumped and they looked at him with surprise. Then, they nodded and said, "Okay." Initially, Duguming was unwilling to do so. However, Madame Xiuxiu had always been prestigious. Since she had spoken, no one dared to stop her. Hence, Duguming could only lead the soldiers to guard outside. If they were to call for help immediately, he would immediately bring people in. The wife and princess brought him to a secret room. After closing the door, they stared at him. "Who are you? Xian'er, don't you recognize me?" Song Qingshu returned to his original voice. He took off his mask and smiled at the beauty in front of him. Gu Zixian cried out in surprise. She had a look of disbelief on her face, and then she threw herself into his arms. The young girl's body was indeed light and slender. Before Song Qingshu could say anything, his lips were sealed by the beauty's kiss. As the saying goes, the younger generation is more important than the newlyweds. Moreover, Gu Zixian had thought that she would never see him again. She had already gone crazy with love. Now that she suddenly saw her lover, her passion completely exploded. The two kissed passionately. Their breathing became more and more heavy, and the air was filled with a charming atmosphere. Gu Ningqing felt a little awkward. Seeing that the two of them were about to lose control, she couldn't help it anymore. She cleared her throat and said, "There are people here." Gu Zixian came to her senses and quickly jumped out of her lover's arms. She touched her face and found that it was burning hot. Song Qingshu was much more thick-skinned. He nodded to Guningqing. Qingshu greets the wife. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.